Okay, integrity, explain that a little bit. Integrity.
Well,
Truth,
integrity,
justice, and America, well, I understand what you're saying.
But integrity, I mean, and that's also an individual issue that we can, it's not sure whether we can project integrity as a unit, like as a city, a municipality. I mean, we can, if we don't project integrity in our business and the things we do, then we're in trouble.
Okay,
so basically, if we take the set of values and incorporate that into our city council values, okay, and that's what we base our values on is honesty, integrity, and
transparency would be part of integrity.
transparency, and all those values.
Mark?
Putting the past politics of this town in the past and moving this town forward
Okay, so you're,
with the integrity.
okay.
I mean, I can't put that down.
Well, let me interject real quick, like, integrity is a value. That would be considered an example of a value. Go ahead, Wendy.
I think I think that what I'm hearing and what I think everybody's saying is that we want to work collaboratively and even though we have different perspectives or opinions, that we all want to work effectively well together, but I don't know.
Okay, I think that's a different value, and I think that's collaboration. Collaborative is a value. Okay, Rich.
I'm gonna go with your number one on the list, public safety. This town has got an issue both with, fire debris, police.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop you for a minute. I'm stop you. And again, that's my job, is to stop you. No, please don't take offense to that. Let's stay with integrity first, because that's a different, I think I see that as a different value first. Okay, now you've heard some explanation of what integrity means. Okay, honesty, openness, that sort of thing. How many are good with integrity as a value for this community and for this group? Okay, we'll put integrity up there. Now we're gonna go back to you, Dan, okay?
Yeah, there's issues, that we're looking at, the work that's gonna be done on the bridges, and being the fire department is on the other side of the bridge that we're looking at. We've had issues with public safety as far as our relationship with law enforcement, and also with lighting around the town that creates situations that could be unsafe in the parks and other places.
Okay, all right, now I'm hearing the word safety, okay? That's kind of what I'm hearing as a general value. You want a community that's safe, because you value safety. Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna mention, say, security might encompass that, and then also expand on that a little bit in that, it kind of includes the, like you said, the, police department or some sort of law enforcement, security being able to, enforce the safety or, be.
All right, do we agree safety and security are the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think Firewise needs to fall into somewhere either on its own or into the safeties, because I know one of our.
We will get to that, the specifics when we get into goals. Okay, right now, the fire would deal with safety. Okay, safety and security. Okay, so we'll get to that. Okay, next, anybody else? Okay, we good with safety as a value? Raise your hand if you are. Anybody not? Okay.
I thought they were the given, they were like the RSTL and the on.
These are, I just threw these up here as examples.
Oh, well, yes, I know, and those are, those are, normally I would say those are given for any community. Those are givens. We can, look at, past that,
Let me write this down.
I'm just rambling it.
That was good.
I want to.
As long as it doesn't take up too much time.
So I'm trying not to.
Okay, another value.
Well, I was just gonna say with safety and one thing that, let's say with regards to police protection, people need to be willing to pay for that. And that hasn't always been the case here.
Okay, now we're moving into another potential value here. Okay,
Isn't it like a subcategory of safety?
it could be, but the issue of being financial responsibility is a value.
Yes.
Okay, that's a value.
Yes.
Okay, financial responsibility is a value, and that's kind of what you're getting at, Mark, right?
Right.
People willing Being willing to hold the community accountable to ensure all these other things are taken care of.
We haven't technically done that.
Okay, now financial responsibility isn't just spending the money. It's finding a way to get it in too. That'll be in the goal section,
Okay.
okay? The financial responsibility itself could be a value,
Does
yes.
that fall under, sustainable growth though?
Could,
I'd like to bring up collaboration, which I think
Okay.
includes politics and people wanting to work together.
Okay. okay, collaboration, expand on that.
As a value, that's, I'm throwing it.
It's a good value. The question is, do you want that value? This is about as collaborative as you can get right here.
Yes.
The fact that you've got the community being represented. This is impressive. I'll be honest with you. This is impressive. When Lily and I first started talking about that, I was saying 10, 15 people, we could get this done. And I said, but I've had up to 60. And then we looked at the room. But
We have 30 chairs.
But this is impressive. So collaboration is being demonstrated right now. Question is, do you want that to be one of your major values? Okay, keep expanding on it a little bit before we go. Yes,
Collaboration, how we get to these things, I see collaboration as more a function on how we get to these goals.
okay. And that would be part of what we're
For
doing.
all of them, we need to.
Yeah.
collaborate.
And collaboration,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Lily?
Oh, I was just gonna get in the queue. I believe collaboration is something that I've seen as a value of this community.
All right.
And expressed in the partnerships with Can Do, the partnership with our Parks Advisory and the volunteers in the community, the cleanup day, the goals day. None of that is done by just the city or just of this. It's everything's been done in collaboration so far that I see. Do we always achieve it? No, but I think I would say that I've observed it as a value, as something that you guys strive for.
That's your last comment is what was most important. It's what the values we want up here, are the ones you want to strive for. Okay, so is collaboration something that this community wants to strive for? Anybody want to?
No, I just want to strive for
You would want to strive for it.
Yeah.
Maybe another word, community, it's, you know,
It's like
it's
community
inclusive
collaboration.
of all of the people, yeah, it's being collaborative, it's coming together, it's all of the, like you said, all, you know, the big turnout for things that need to get done.
The definition of community, basically.
Yeah, I actually, I didn't like it at first, but I like it on the top of the list as something to, so if we're looking up the wall, that, oh, we're supposed to collaborate here.
Yeah,
And I think it's a
Let's do
commitment by the
that.
city too, to say, hey, we should be more included when decisions are being made on those other topics.
okay, Joe.
It seems like we're all talking about the same thing, and I'm looking up here on his, just example, quality of life. Everything we just talked about all falls under the quality of life that we have in this town.
Well, these values are gonna have an impact on your quality of life.
I agree.
This is the big picture of quality. Okay, I'm gonna move us forward. How many of you are good with collaborating? How many are not? How many are not quite sure what it means? Okay,
Yeah.
how many, it doesn't matter whether it's happening now or not, although it sounds like it's happening some. What is important, is it a value you embrace? Okay. Okay, how many say yes, you embrace the idea of collaboration as one of the values? Okay, we'll put it up there. All right, I don't want to put too many up here. I want to move us forward here, so. Well,
Well,
I'm educated.
Gonna have a
Well, once we
chalkboard,
get
gonna
that-
have a whiteboard.
You know, I think you back from school, we need to take this and make notes and stuff. You know, because that way.
I agree.
We just say, excuse me, turn around, read.
All right, is there any other, I'm gonna move us on because I wanna keep us going forward. Is there any other value that one of you or two or three of you came up with that's not up there, that is just, I want that up there?
Well, I have an idea. I know for years we've talked about a brand for our city and how we should look. I don't know, I'm not thinking attractiveness like you have up there, but I'm thinking more, and maybe it falls under cohesiveness of how the city is perceived. I'm just throwing these out, but I think we need to think about what people see when they put identity, yeah, what people see.
Shared values.
I think that, would that not fall under the sustainable growth? Like,
I think.
to have our businesses
Yeah,
back as businesses again and things of that nature, yeah.
But there's also this, I think, a sense that you say, well, I live in Gold Hill, and people have said, oh, too bad. I mean, you know, and
That's
so.
just years of them
But
thinking-
but there is a point, you know, it's like how, actually, the perception is important, because,
That's the word perception.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wendy,
So I actually have been doing branding for 20+ years. And I think that a lot of people think of branding as, you know, the marketing that you do and the other things, but the brand actually is what your customers say it is, or who is looking at your organization. That's something that's a little different. I don't know if that can be a value. That's something that we have to create. A brand, if you think about Walmart, it's the emotional attachment or thought that you have when you think of Gold Hill, when you think of Walmart, when you think of BMW. And that's something that you create with the people who are having experiences in Gold Hill. And that isn't something that we can control, but other than trying to change what we're trying to change today, and then our brand will come along. But I think that at some point, branding comes along, but it comes along from other people's perspective. Of what
okay, let me throw this out to you, because I think you're on to something that's really important. And it's much broader than you might think it is. It has to do with the way a street looks, it has to do with the way the park looks, it has to do with the facade of the downtown.
Right.
It has to do with what houses look like, and what that is attractiveness or beauty. Both of those are values, attractiveness, beauty, and they're broad. That's what I'm looking for with the values. They need to be broad. You get the specifics of the goals. Okay, so we're looking for, so the question I have for you, because I think when you threw that value out, it's an important value, and I'm gonna come from my perspective as a newcomer to Oregon in the last 5 or 6 years. Gold Hill, I've heard the stories about Gold Hill. Okay, right? And I think Wendy is absolutely right. Branding is not a brochure you put out. Branding is what people perceive it to be, because they're the marketers. They're the ones that are talking to the community. So what your community is your brand. Now, you can change the brand by changing the community. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to values. We're gonna do one more value. And I'm hearing the term beauty, attractiveness, something of that nature as a broad value. Yes.
Perception.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you really heard Lily, but she said the word identity, and I think identity includes branding, reputation, perception, image, all of these other words that come up are kind of our identity, right? How people.
Okay, so instead of beauty, I'm hearing potentially, instead of beauty or attractiveness, I'm hearing identity. Go ahead.
Let me ask Pastor George if it's okay to throw in the word pride. That, as far as community pride, not to be prideful, but community pride is
Okay.
what
Sure it is.
the way people look at, we
Yeah.
look at our town.
The only thing I would say, Bill, is pride would be also integrity.
Yes.
And it would be other things as well. It's just maybe a little too broad. Go ahead, David.
I think perception is kind of what we're looking for. When you drive into town, what's the feel that you get? I too have had people tell me about Gold Hill from out of the town.
Yeah. Well, perception is branding, okay? And the only thing I would say, be careful about perception, because perception, if we're talking about people who come into town, we're talking about the people who live in the town.
Right.
Okay, that's what we're wanting to serve, is the people who live in the town. So you are part of this. Now, you want that good branding, you want that perception that people have.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you on that. But the people who live here, do you want beauty, attractiveness, that sort of thing?
I think identity would,
Identity.
I think that would help, then everything else could fall under that when we break it down into beauty and what exactly we want out of our
The
identity.
thing with beauty implies a positive, identity is, I mean, if it's positive
This is
identity,
good conversation.
you know, if the positive identity is closer to beauty, but just identity is like, that doesn't
Did
get,
they get it for you?
no.
Okay, I'm gonna move on.
Okay.
How many, go ahead, my last one.
I just thought I'd add one more thing. So when you think of branding, you think of like what is the product and what's the quality of the product that somebody's selling you? Or what's in this case, what are the services the city's offering their citizens? And I think that that's one thing that's lacking in Gold Hill is the actual services that the citizens could benefit from.
Well, we're gonna get, that's gonna try to go.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay, Lily?
So I still want to go back to identity, and part of it is I get people that call and say, I live in Gold Hill. Oh, where do you live? Well, I'm in the Gold Hill district, or I'm in the Gold Hill city. Tam and I were talking about this earlier. What is Gold Hill? And if you're from outside, it might be perceived somehow, but if you're inside, it might be perceived something else. So I still think that if there's a word similar to that, that encompasses all these things we're saying, and I agree with Steve, we obviously want to strive for a positive identity. And what does that mean? It means beauty, it means community, it means all these other things. So maybe that's how we say it is positive identity. But it's also, how do we see ourselves and how do other people see us? Not just in perception, but in physical and everything else, the value of we have an identity.
Okay, let me move us forward here on we're kind of stuck on two words. We're stuck on identity and we're stuck on beauty, okay? What I want to do is I want us to kind of get to the bottom of that so we can move on to the next thing. Go ahead, Wendy.
I think it's identify a brand. I think that we have to identify.
Okay,
what we
now identifying brand would be a goal.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at the value. Positive identity is potentially a value. It's like beauty, okay, or attractiveness, okay? But creating one is a goal, okay? As soon as you put the verb in there, it becomes a goal. So how many like the idea of, I'm gonna give you both. You're gonna either look at identity, or you're gonna look at beauty, or we're gonna do a combination, attractive identity. Okay, or a beautiful identity or something of that nature. How many like beauty by itself? Raise your hand. Okay, how many like identity by itself? Okay, we're still not, we need something to bring that identity in. Nobody's putting their hand up for beauty, they're looking at identity. Positive identity.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I agree.
Okay, positive, how do you like that idea? Positive identity. Okay, those of you who didn't raise your hand, you have another option.
I think I like your effect, but
Attractive identity, okay?
Can I just make a comment? I just think a lot of the negative identity this town's had over the years, and again, we've all heard it, oh, you live in Gold Hill.
Yeah.
We're afraid to say, I live in Gold Hill.
Okay.
It's come from our past politics.
So you value a positive identity.
Yes.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say, again, come from our past politics.
Right.
I want to say, so I've lived in town for 32 years, so I've seen a lot of this. I feel the current council we have is the most positive, forward-moving council that I can recall. So.
Molly, I'm jumping in for her. She says, my thought is nobody is mentioning responsiveness. Citizens need to know that if they have a problem, the city will respond quickly and respectfully.
I think that would go under safety.
And collaborative.
Yeah.
That, yeah.
Okay, I'm just adding to
Yep.
the.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yep.
No,
And
since
also
we've
business
had,
services, I think.
since we've had an ugly past, and everybody that's been here knows that, can we just switch to, if not attractive or positive, maybe say not quite repulsive?
Okay.
Better identity.
All right.
That's good.
Let's, yes.
Welcome. You know, welcome.
Well,
Yeah, I was thinking like friendly or something like that, but that could encompass
positive is broad.
that.
So positive would embrace that.
Mute your finger, please.
Beauty is more narrow, so maybe, again, I'm gonna throw it out there. How many are good with, we're gonna do positive identity, you know, two I'm hearing is positive identity, a beautiful identity, okay, beauty, positive identity. How many are with positive? Raise your hands. All right, we're there. Okay, we're gonna stop right here, that's enough values for right now, okay? Now. Positive.
Carol can shut that side off.
you're in my, if you were in my school, I would take away your phone.
Should.
Okay, now, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Okay, we've just done the values. And we could spend a day on this. Normally, these workshops take 2 to 3 days. We're getting this done. That's why I'm moving us on, okay? All right, now, every conversation that we have from this point forward, you should be looking at this as your guide. Okay, now I'm gonna ask one last time. Anybody having a struggle with those values that are saying, nah, that's not who we want to be?
Could you
Okay.
read them again?
Okay, sustainable growth. You want to be a community with sustainable growth. And you want to be a community that demonstrates integrity. You want to be a community that is safe in every way. We can get the goals later. You want a community that everybody gives, everybody participates, it's collaborative. Okay, everybody participates, has an opportunity to. And 5, you want to have a positive identity. You want a community that has a positive identity. Those are some big things to work on.
Those are great.
Those are big things to work on. All right, so everything we do from this point on is going to be based on those values. All right, now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a SWOT analysis. How many are familiar with SWOT analysis? Okay, this is basically looking at the community's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay, and what you're going to do is we're going to, out of that SWOT analysis, we're going to come up with 4 to 5 major themes. Okay, in other words, there may be some redundancy in the things that, but we're going to take these values, we're going to narrow them down into an assessment of your community that's a bit more specific. All right. Now, what I would like to do, though, I need to move some of you around because it's going to be hard. You're going to work on your own for a few minutes here. But I want you to be able to converse. So I need, you guys are fine right there. I'd like 2 from this table to come to this table. Okay, any 2 can just move your chairs over to this table for now. We can move it back. And let's see. I've got 7 here.
We have 8, 8, 6, and 4.
6 and 4. Okay, let's go 2 here. Let's use
No.
and let's do even one from this table. You guys got the short line on this table right here. Anybody just move over here. The tall one. You don't need to bring your name tag or anything.
Oh, I can put a name tag.
You know, it's here. I can see your name right there, man.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so now we've got 6, 7, 6, and 6. Okay, we're good. All right, now in the middle of your table, you will see some 3x5 cards.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'd like everybody to take one. And you're gonna use this, several times, this one card. Okay, now on the top of that card, in small lettering, the top of the card, put down strengths and underline. Strengths and underline.
Oh, there is a pile of pens at the front door too. if
Anybody need a pen? Pen? Anybody? Okay, you have strengths written there. Now, I'd like each of you to take 5 minutes. Looking at my time here. Oh, we're in great shape. Okay, each of you take 5 minutes, and I'd like you to think really hard about this. What are the greatest strengths of this community? Don't share it with each other. Just write it down. What are the great strengths of this community? Just don't share it with each other. Just write it down.
How many?
3.
3. Oh, 3.
3
I know.
that you see as the strengths of this community.
Oh.
You don't need to do any more than 3 apiece. done, just lay your card upside down in front of you so I can see where we are.
If I didn't tell y'all, there's half and half in the fridge if you need real cream too, and I make it more coffee.
Now I know. Angry the whole time.
Did you have to use that little powdered packet thing?
No, I stirred it with my.
As soon as you're
Wait.
done, put the card over, so I know that you're.
Sterling.
Having a hard time to read. Just joking. Little humor there. Very little. Okay, anybody still working? All right, now, what we're gonna do over the next 5 minutes is I would like you guys to have a conversation at your table, sharing the ones you wrote down. Pick a scribe, pick a person who's gonna be the person with your handwriting. Who's going to analyze. You guys are gonna come up. I got you, come up on your card. Let me get your test here. On your card, pick one person with good handwriting, and you're gonna come up collaborating amongst yourselves with the 3 top strengths. The 3 top strengths of your community.
I have to write 3 down.
On this, the person who's going to be the secretary at your table, okay, who's also gonna participate, is gonna take one card, actually, they're gonna write on the top of that card strengths. And you guys at each table are gonna come up, working with each other, with the top 3 strengths you come up against your group. Okay. Have a conversation.
What would you get for your strength?
Me too. Yeah, you're willing to deal with. Hey, yes, Gold Hill.
Yeah.
Try to be specific.
Yeah.
I put mine as well, the willingness to learn. Like there's a lot of people that don't have a lot of experience in things, but nobody's, willing to put their foot out there and do the best they can. And there are a lot of smart, hardworking people out there that's valuable, but people that show them. A lot of people think the Gold Hill isn't the greatest, but you would do.
Okay, I have a very simple strength. I have parks, a river, and a library.
Yeah. You don't need to you just put out location.
Yeah.
I got to say,
Location.
The other thing you need to know, like,
Yeah. Yeah, just be.
So, okay,
I live in there's not regular.
That is part of it. Yeah.
Right, it sounds like the river, yeah, it is, and it's almost,
Because they put that as the location.
right? I guess location is the best word for that, because it comes from I-5. Yeah.
It's like a river. It's all. Of course, not a water.
I'm not sure if we actually think of it research. You want to be like very specific.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I think. Yes, it is.
Two more minutes. Two more minutes.
In fact, we were talking about business anyways, residential.
I would.
Yeah, that's my.
Well, you got access. Cater to.
Yeah. Talking about Icon, talking about Crater, talking about the fact that we're right in between Grand Pass and Metro. Location, accessibility, like, I think we can make it a little bit all that, information.
Man, that's not bad.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I put a library, just to let everybody know, is because library around one day, and then I have to say that all the people that have young ones, and when taking your younger, my daughter, there's all programs that go on in the library that a lot of people don't realize, like, one or something, but younger people are in the library. And talk to them about
Location.
yeah.
The location. Yeah.
River location.
Yeah.
I think we've come to a consensus.
I'm not sure. I'm good with that.
Joe, that could be fun.
Jump off on the rock.
And I.
Oh.
I think location encompasses, like you were saying, the access to I-5, you've got, you got a major metropolitan area, and you've got access to the hill, the mountains,
River access, river party.
Okay, let's wrap it up in 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna move forward now. So we have to go through 4 of these, and this is the first one. Great. You have to go through 4. So what I normally do in a longer workshop is I put the big table or the big tablet on your area, and you write it down and you present them. But in the interest of time, we're gonna do it a little differently, so it's more efficient, okay? All right, so I'm gonna start with this table. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna write them up here when you read them out to me. And if one of them is redundant, we can just eliminate it. In other words, if they give us one, and then they give us basically the same one, we don't have to write it twice. Okay? All right, so let's begin with this table right here.
Got, river,
Okay, 2.
location,
There we go.
and we have parks and community.
Say again.
Parks
And parks.
and community. We couldn't decide on 3.
You get parks.
Okay.
All right, let's go with this table right here.
Okay, so we also have river, we kind of lumped that in with river access, parks and recreation. We
Okay,
kind of lumped all that into one. That's just-
river,
Yeah.
parks, and recreation. Okay.
Okay.
So let's put down recreation.
You're never gonna have recreation.
Okay, so we've got.
Yeah. we also have small town.
You get a sun.
Guys, y'all need to listen here. We got another one. Small town feel. Okay. We have another one? Was that it? Was that your 3?
We also brought up that, there's a lot of local community support for residents.
There we go. We call that
We'll
community.
just get your table.
Yeah.
Honest, here, do something.
That's for residents? That's what you said for residents?
Well, just community support, we
Okay.
can call that it.
Okay, let's go with this table over here.
Location,
Okay, we got location.
community spirit, which is like community. support.
Okay, so should we put community sports / spirit?
Sure, sure.
Yes. Okay,
And, river / parks, river.
if that's parks, we'll just leave that up there, okay?
I've seen
Okay.
these.
That's, okay, let's go with this group.
We know our strength. This good?
You. Yep.
Yeah, location, people and river.
People, tell me, would that be community support and spirit?
means we have young people and older people, and we have a lot of people with skills and expertise.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if we can define that a little clearer. Would you, diversity is the wrong definition because it doesn't quite tell you exactly, but,
It's the people, it's the good, it's the spirit, it's the good people.
The
it's-
community.
It is.
We're called into the community spirit.
Yeah, it's diversity, it's diversity of thought and.
What if you just took out the word spirit and put community?
Yeah.
You can.
how many are good with that?
Yeah.
Have a good community is our strength.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could even put / people, but.
Okay. Okay, was there a third? Did we go through all of
Location and river, yeah.
them? Location and river. Okay, let's go here.
We did it to
started.
begin with. We started.
Well, we could
Who
down
did
3.
we leave out?
Nobody
Oh, you guys. are good. Man, you're good. Is there anything now up there that you wish was up there that isn't up there? Bill,
Climate, geology, climate.
climate. Okay. Oh, that's a good
That
one.
falls
I thought that was just Grants Pass, it's the climate.
Yeah.
It's a fun.
That goes to be
Oh,
fire.
Grants Pass, it's,
Love your fog out there.
How's that snow treating you, Bill?
When we were give out, we were making geographic.
So we'll do climate, well, location is with geography, too, so we can kind of keep that as it is. Okay. Because it maybe, location could also have to do with accessibility and that sort of stuff too. Okay, and on the river. Okay. All right, that's our strengths. Nobody's going with anything more than that right now. Now, give me those final cards. The final ones that were done.
Oh, the line.
The one that was your scribe did. Secretary scribe. Scribe, much better.
Well, it's not readable, it's okay, go on.
Okay. Okay, now, you guys all had a card where you all have your individual card where you had strengths. Now put one, a title that says weaknesses on the same side that you had strengths.
Oh.
So that you have, because you're gonna use the back side of your card too. Take the next 2 to 3, 4 minutes, come up with what you see as the 3 greatest weaknesses of your community.
We have another page.
Just 3. Just 3. You're done, flip it over.
You're the best.
Y'all, that's my southern, that's my Tennessee out here. Everybody have the 3 done? Okay. Same exercise, pick somebody to describe a real person. But if they were outstanding, we spend 5 minutes, discuss the weaknesses, come up with 3 marks.
When I moved here, routine, reading the newspaper, and I don't want to listen to it. Changed the law, but it is part of it.
I think history. the perception. Throw that out there.
I put empty street, lack of keeping the trails clear. That's the 2 I came up with. If I do. Yeah, lack of keeping the trails clear.
Oh, I'll be right back. Where did it go?
Well, I
It's different there.
like.
Fine, I see what you're saying.
I hear about that, can't be fighting.
This one important.
Well, I like the.
Right on my bill. Because we're gonna have to talk about that. I think that will go along with that we have about.
Water meters, maintain 100 acres of
Yeah, as a whole. Yeah.
My list too.
Try to invite her. We all
I don't want to go to
Governmental.
So now we have.
I think the infrastructure should be one. Exactly, yeah, we got that first.
Funding.
Yeah.
Funding is two things, funding and the town able to utilize, say, the river or the sewer funds, and then there's also new ways the government to be funding itself. So funding goes two ways. I think it needs to be looked at in two ways. I think funding should be definitely. The other reason I put history on there was because there's a thing that I didn't realize until I was working here. That you can't qualify for because you don't have, for instance, this 5-year plan. The state doesn't give you grants or loans if you don't have a 5-year plan. And so we, one of the our lack of ability to afford, we haven't been keeping up with our, you know, books in the past.
Want to be able to walk, traveling, for example, the weight. We have a thought for.
Two more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Yeah. Utilities, just as a single word. Utilities is general infrastructure.
The funding would go into the storefront, because they actually have that. I don't know.
Funding both ways, not just funding. It's commercial funding. One more minute.
That will require them to put a big, that's why the city doesn't fit. That's why. Yeah.
Funding, protection and infrastructure. Yeah. Kind of comes everything.
Into that. Yeah.
All right, folks, we're gonna start doing this now. We find out our weaknesses. As soon as we get this part done, so we do the weaknesses, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Everybody can take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish the final two, and then we can do all setting. But let's do the weaknesses now. Let's start with, this table.
My water here.
Everybody in seconds. If you're not. Ready? Okay, Susie, go ahead.
Okay, lack of infrastructure maintenance.
Okay. Lack of infrastructure maintenance.
That would include water, sewer, streets.
Yeah, we don't need to get too, that pretty much, that's pretty much. Second one.
Small town.
Guys, let's make sure we can hear everybody. Go ahead, say again, Susan.
Say it again.
Small tax base.
Population.
Lack of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be population, it also could be the economic, sort of demographic. Okay, so we'll just put that.
If our third one ties into, small tax bases, our physical limit of growth in our city, for growing. We can't really grow.
Size. We'll put it on there.
We should grow up and build.
So you're saying small,
Physical size is small.
yes, physical size.
Is it physical size or was it physical limitation of growth?
Physical limitation, yeah, limit.
Okay, so limitation of, physical limitations. Okay, physical, now that has to do with actually space, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go back over here. Whoever the scribe is.
So do we have funding? Okay. So funding / finance for improvements.
Would that be small tax base?
No.
Okay, say that again then.
Funding / finance for improvements. So underneath that, I don't know if this makes sense, but I don't have to write it down, but we felt that it incorporated absence of services, infrastructure, deferred maintenance, safety, roads, lack of staff, all of those things fall under those.
Right up here.
weaknesses. We felt that the finances are the reason why we have the maintenance.
So that covers both. Okay, we can just leave those as they are then. Okay, right here.
Wait, we're not done.
Oh, sorry, one more.
We only give you one. So let's see, all those other things fell underneath finance.
Right.
So, brand, We talked about that earlier, about the negative brand.
Reputation.
We actually have 4.
We'll only take 3.
We'll
We'll let you, no, we get, if you've given 3 already,
No,
one
we
of them's
only
already
need
here.
2.
No, one of them fit in,
What?
one of them fit in the others.
Oh, no, those were her subcategories.
Oh, subcat, okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then the other one was lack of interest or resistance to growth and change.
Resistance.
Lack of interest / resistance.
We'll
to
just
growth-
do resistance.
To growth and change.
Yes.
Right?
We've been back all these years.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, what table do we have left here? Did we do you guys yet? You're, okay, go ahead, Sandy.
Okay, so we kind of fell into the same thing with the finances, you know, with like a shortage of city staff to do infrastructure maintenance.
Okay, we'll just leave that as it is then, because out of that will come the more specific.
We also had like fire danger and a lack of access to like response time for emergency services.
Okay, so let's condense that. Weakness in emergency services.
Safety,
Say again.
public safety.
Okay, public safety weakness.
Well, it started with fire risks,
Right.
I
Yeah.
would say.
Fire danger, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just say public safety.
Yep.
Okay.
Lack of public safety.
All these little specific things are gonna come out in those.
And that
Not
covers
reading them,
both.
down, I mean, they're gonna be more specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lack of public safety covers fire and police.
So weakness is public
That
safety.
too.
Yeah,
Okay, and one more you had?
You know, reputation.
Okay, I'm gonna put that under,
Negative brand.
Negative brand.
Yeah.
okay, right here.
we had funding,
Got it?
perception and infrastructure.
Okay, they're all.
Yeah,
three up
they're all in there.
Okay. All right, now,
I have one more.
that's what I'm gonna do next, okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, is there anything up here that's just absolutely essential to be up there? It needs to be up there. Go ahead, Betty.
So we had lack of collaboration to get to a preferred future.
Lack of collaboration to get, okay.
Would that be a threat versus?
How about lack of vision?
Negative brand.
It kind of almost falls under the resistance.
Actually,
Resistance, there.
Okay, so we'll leave that with resistant change. Anything else?
I just want to say something about the physical size limitation. I mean, we actually have a lot of room for more houses. And the physical size limitation could be our greatest strength as well as a weakness.
Some things could be strengths and weaknesses at the same time too, you know, so, yeah, Lily?
Like climate.
I want to add in what, Molly has shared. The reputation was one of them, maintaining a consistent, competent management.
Say again?
One of our weaknesses is maintaining a consistent, competent management.
Agreed. We all agree on
And she also mentioned lack of public transportation. And her other one was maintaining parking consistent infrastructure.
Okay, let's go with the first one first. Maintaining,
Consistent, competent management.
Retention.
That's like, continuity of leadership.
Retention.
Oh, continuity of leadership.
In other words, I'm the 10th city manager in 8 years.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay with us.
Go nowhere.
You have my bosses in the room.
Don't let her go.
Okay, now what was your second one?
Lack of public
Okay,
transportation,
public transportation is a weakness.
Yes.
lack thereof.
But it's a weakness, it's gonna be public transportation is weak.
Yeah.
What'd
but I
you
don't-
You know what, though, I'm gonna say that's, is it lack of infrastructure, because our bridge,
Well, we'll just leave it on here.
That's up to ODOT, that's. our-
That's
that's
ODOT,
not
That's not
ours.
ours.
Yeah.
That's a train.
Okay, so public transportation is a weakness. What was the third one that you said?
well, she all,
Infrastructure.
the others were mentioned,
Okay.
reputation
Okay.
and maintaining
Got it.
parks infrastructure, there we go.
Okay, is there any others that should be up there? Oh, baby, right on time. 15-minute break, okay?
Alright.
Only 15 minutes. Okay. Well, it's 10 minutes even better than.
Yeah, let's do a 10-minute break.
No, we're not.
Now we can start.
Okay, is that Anita? Anita?
Malia.
Malia.
Malia's in-
Malia sounds like she's from Hawaii. Malia didn't hear what we're gonna do is we're coming up with 3 opportunities. It may be things you aren't taking advantage of right now, or you may be taking advantage of them on a limited basis that would lift the community up, okay? So each one of you are gonna come up with 3 opportunities. You have 3 minutes to do that, and then we'll go into the sharing phase again.
Could it be anything that's not on either of those lists?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. No, those lists, each list is a standalone list, so they'll all come together eventually, but,
If I get to add to the list here.
oh, yeah. Absolutely. And when you've listed them through your, just sit back and relax.
Gerald, do you need to feed your grapes? Do you need to feed your?
Great.
Well,
is fan.
Bill. Bill.
Yes.
I told him we reached out to me. What's that?
I started to think you might well. Yeah.
That's all good. You can keep volunteering
Me, that's.
Well,
That's true.
And then,
A lot of opportunities. I would think an opportunity is things that we can capitalize on, the river, storefronts and.
That's exactly what my lady did. Forefront, Park Trail, and river. That way. Same as him.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Water, use water, sky. Commercial opportunity. Site, another restaurant. There's no like 7-Eleven.
Bill? Do you have an opportunity?
Well, it actually.
Okay, this is the next part of this exercise. Attention, this is just like class. Now you're gonna spend 3 to 5 minutes and you're gonna discuss what you see as the opportunities. And you're gonna choose a scribe. It could be a different one this time. Or this. And you're gonna come up again. Share again. The opportunities.
Like fresh meat.
Access to the river.
Yeah.
Just river, but access to the river, yeah.
And I would think you would need to be creative in the board here. Parking, one thing I had when it comes to maybe the city doesn't really plan for people to park by the beach. That owns all of that strip. And so we can't park, that's why we had to block it off for kids. We can't have people parking in the front. That's big. That was just an average. Yeah.
So that's.
I can also should be like going to shop. I don't think that's an opportunity, but it's because if we can't make them happen.
We have.
It is an opportunity to change our life.
Yeah.
We don't have any hours.
We're working on that.
You say storefront or downtown? That encompasses.
We have.
Commercial accessibility.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why I don't feel like it's not. Have you tried it? Yeah, I couldn't cross a hurdle, and that's
Yellow and Capsons.
I thought water, and I think she, yeah.
All people there.
Those are the main opportunities that
And then.
yeah. How about and water park? I think those are good opportunities.
People want to lie down. We gotta go over to your.
Oh, I gotta get back.
Back. I might have hit.
I got it.
Those are good for strong four.
So, what if we had about parks, like white?
So.
White or river, or something like that, right? The river and park working together.
What about all of them?
Non-profit.
Well, I think those would go hand in hand. You have to have a brand.
And that changed.
It's space.
You've been trying to make it happen.
So where?
Yeah, because I think the access will go into.
Downtown is.
I know.
I'm sure. Our downtown.
So they called them in about the, made like a business now because like no one could they're homes and be upstairs. And so she was like, fine. And so she put her company made the business license to have her business down there, but she never found it's not an actual storefront. She just wrote it on the paper, but never actually did it. So how do you do that kind of thing?
I think you can't, but you can't live in
So
a
now her
downtown.
mother-in-law lives there and there is a business still. Yeah.
Citizens can put that in place, you know? That's the reason I have it.
So enable the city to enforce it.
Exactly.
I think we got it.
I agree. Oh, you had a line.
Powerhouse donation and they work.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so.
Sure.
So is that for like,
Yeah.
I think some of the revenue.
Can do slash community center.
I think, employees who has its rigor to do events.
Be part of camp, yeah, okay.
And needs to give this fan as we mark. Okay, here we go.
So I think.
We need a bell. We need a-
All right, we're gonna begin now with opportunities. These are those things that may potentially just lift this community up and they haven't been taken advantage of. Okay, so let's begin with this group right here.
All right, we have downtown / storefronts.
As in the next page. Yeah. Anybody need any clarity on that? No. Okay,
We also have the Powerhouse Foundation,
say again.
Powerhouse Foundation.
The powerhouse is a building down on the river. It's a cement historic.
Exactly. Repeating skater.
And Whitewater Park.
Can Malia hear all?
So these are opportunities you can create.
Yes.
What was that? White water.
Okay, let's go back here.
So we have river, but I think a lot of that kind of falls underneath that. So do you need us to get more specific about the river?
Don't need to get too specific,
Okay, so river,
okay?
Increasing access.
so that would include increasing access to the river, community events, and recreation, expanding the bike path.
Yeah.
So if we could put access, recreation, bike
Tourism.
path, tourism.
Well, we make it. They will.
Okay, we'll start with the general idea.
Clarity of vision.
There you go.
Yeah.
So that's, you're saying that's an opportunity, clarity of vision.
To bring in collaboration and
Yeah.
move in a direction. Actually,
Yeah. Let me say something about that real quick, like. We put values up here, okay? One thing that I've seen in successful communities that I've worked with is they have a very clear mission and vision statement. Okay, I had asked Lily last week,
They have a very efficient one.
a very clear mission and vision statement.
Okay.
What the mission and vision of the city is. And really, that would be your values that you would draw everything from. So if you don't have a mission and vision statement for the community, you need to get that done at some point. I'll just leave
So
that
I'm gonna
there.
put slash mission.
Clarity, vision,
Yeah.
mission.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if we decided on, we have like marketing slash economic development. Can we put those together? I think economic development might go with downtown street, streets or storefront, that might be.
Yeah, well, when we come up with the themes, we'll be combining these anyhow, so.
Yeah, and we really need to throw in there Lily slash management slash funding opportunities.
Say again?
Lily slash management, so the city manager, the person who's in that role right now.
Is an opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
For funding,
While we have our.
management,
Okay, let's not get too prescriptive. That's not a goal.
all right.
All right,
Lily.
That's four. They already got
Their limit.
You already got your three.
Thank you.
Somebody else. They don't. I didn't know who they're right here. Let's go this route.
Code and charter development,
Say again?
code and charter development.
Bless you.
We need,
Yeah.
Here.
we need to revise the city charter to a council, city manager form of government so that we ensure we have a permanent city manager moving forward. There we go, boss.
That'll be goals. We'll get, we'll
Okay.
get to that goals. Number two.
Volunteer use. We have a big opportunity to use volunteers in our community.
So I'm gonna do volunteer base.
Thank you.
Okay, three?
And then, Fed and state,
That's state philanthropic funding.
philanthropic,
Federal,
philanthropic
state,
funding.
and philanthropic funding, like
Lily.
tapping into other funding sources.
State, yeah.
Does something happen?
Is it foundation? Federal state foundation?
Philanthropic would be foundation, so we'll just
Yeah.
do that. Okay, that's three.
That's right.
Okay, here.
We can couple it with the economic development, trying to like capitalize on like tourism,
Okay.
and, you know, kind of piggybacking off the vineyards and getting
Say,
related.
say it second.
Oh, kind of piggybacking off the vineyards and bringing in more tourism stops here. We also talked about community events, and getting the community involved with those.
Okay.
And then we also had, park and river access, and to include like hiking trails on some of the property that's on the.
Okay, now that, again, that'll get, when we get prescriptive, then we get into goals. Okay, so right now, we're talking about, recreation opportunities. Say that again, what you said.
With the parks and the river access and potential hiking trails.
Okay,
That's number river act.
Number 4, right there.
recreation access tourism. Okay, so that would work. Okay, yes.
I just want to maybe point out that tourism is beyond with the river access. We also have the winery, we have, the Oregon Vortex, we have, other opportunities for tourism and licensing.
Well, that would fall under marketing.
Economic development.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all good to know that you have a broad opportunity for recreational activities. Okay, recreation right here. Okay, so you have the winery, you have the vortex and that sort of stuff. Okay, what is one that's not up there now?
I think what we try to say is tourism should be its own number as an opportunity.
You good with that, everybody?
I
Sure.
think it,
Yeah.
several of
I
those
agree,
things,
I tend to agree with that.
several of those things would fall under tourism.
Well, we're just coming up with themes anyhow, so it'll,
I think, do we have funding on there? I think funding needs to be there.
That's what, so it was supposed, number 9 is supposed to be funding.
Yeah.
Fed, state, philanthropic funding. I would say infrastructure investment as well.
Yes.
I think another thing that's coming up is the bridge widening project is an opportunity to change. a
That's
lot
what,
of-
2 years out?
No,
Oh, it's 1 year out?
that would be then infrastructure.
But that's ODOT, it's not us.
No, I know,
So-
but we
so
need
hold
that.
on. Infrastructure is still infrastructure, no matter if it's federal, state, or local, it's still
I think
infrastructure.
that's a good word for it.
Infrastructure, what did you say? Infrastructure something.
Investment.
Okay, that's something that's a opportunity. My spelling is a little off there. I'm an educator, we don't.
We'll hold it against you.
Better than the doctor.
Anything else? Okay, we'll put those up there. Now, the last one, and we're gonna get this one done. These are gonna be the threats, okay? You've got 1/2 of your card left, and you're gonna, again, you're gonna take about 3 to 5 minutes. And what you're gonna come up with are those things that threaten the livelihood, safety, success, whatever of the community. Those things that if you don't think they're gonna get, if they don't get fixed, you're gonna be in trouble. Okay? Those are the threats, the things that threaten this community. So come up with 3. Okay? And then we will, after you come up with your individual 3, then you can work together to come up with final 3 collaboratively.
Pick 3.
It's ready. Are you ready? Public safety.
Modern boat. Next time you're ready.
Right across
I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
Okay, but yeah, you guys are all pretty good. Start talking. So, you have to get your conversation.
Finance.
What else?
Pretty clear.
Infrastructure.
Yeah, we've got it.
Apathy.
Safety and infrastructure slash water.
And the code.
Well, yeah.
Host system.
Okay, that's fine. I can think of that.
Places in town that should, would.
Being able, being able to,
Keep it done.
yeah, there we go. Being able to enforce
As well as
forefront,
clear.
and I think that would fall under the.
Weight, if not, you can actually.
Yeah.
Certain codes.
And, I don't know how to
Things
do
that
that
are going on,
utility
there's no
infrastructure,
way
so I
to
have
write it,
quite a few of the
because
things.
there's no one to write it.
I have
After the words go.
Oh, I don't.
I thought that would be the best, but now I.
Obviously, you have the opportunity. This community with these conversations. You have no opportunities for young.
If they're gonna go up more, yeah.
Then you can go back.
I'm Paul Spirit government.
It does.
We're at the county. I think that goes into the ability to enforce, the storefront. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
When you say fire, you're talking about the equipment to fight a fire or the ability to deliver the water to fire?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of our highways are overgrown. You can figure out how to get that done.
And I've only got next to me because I'm.
I think there's a lot of what. I think the first read comes with that whole thing. See, I didn't look at the rate in our bill and downside, I look at it as it's the only thing we need to do, and I'm more than happy to pay it, make our town better. Yeah.
So guys, let's talk about.
I know, not everybody thinks that though. Yeah, I get that.
Prevention part. Just make fire prevention.
So in the end, finance, you don't have to correct.
Literally.
Correct.
Fire.
Yeah, I think fire might be on there. Yeah. Somebody else go out and find it. I think there's, the code, I think, one that needs to be on there. That's one of the things that in there, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And keep things.
Not correct.
Utilities. Economic, sure. Could be.
Talking about our basic needs.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of different. In the last new well. We were never. On the record. They really have a lot to address that. Somehow that's really critical. We're at a conference. You know, it's you look nice, right? I was. Do we want to be?
Right, so encompass it.
He was writing down all the things. Then we can add it. There's a lot of them, and said every group.
You did in order to get it, I mean, you had to have. It's one of our models in there.
It doesn't mean it's something we can do. It's just
So there's a creative. Okay, so and a lot of. I got started. Because everything on fire had to go into the fire. And so they told them they were going to be there. And I think they brought their people out. They're going to.
Community wide, probably coaching.
Okay, here we go, folks. Again, as we move into the second side, again, I want to apologize for pushing so hard.
Everything from them.
Normally 2 or 3 days of work.
But can't just say,
So let's make sure we stay focused and we'll move forward. All right, we're looking at threats now. Let's begin with this table over here.
Okay, infrastructure / water, is that what you like the?
That's two prescription, infrastructure.
Public safety. And governance structure.
And keep it under.
Charter, policies, all of them.
I think she said public safety.
Public safety.
Public safety.
Oh,
Public, which includes
I
fire.
don't care about health.
And police.
You know what?
You're on your own.
So that would be a lack of, right? Not, I mean,
it's a threat.
we're not threatened by public safety, we're threatened by the lack.
Yeah.
of-
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, this table over here.
Well, you said no to water infrastructure, so, but we were talking about the water issues. We don't have a very huge, water, hey.
Okay, but I would say to you is when we get into goals, because I got a feeling infrastructure is going to come out as one of the themes. The water will be one of the little shallow.
So fire is a threat.
Okay,
public safety.
No, fire is fire.
Public safety is fire and police.
yeah,
There's more to it than that.
Fire burning is a threat.
Wildfire.
Wildfire.
And it's not just, it's wildfire and structural fire and blaze, but wildfire specifically is a threat.
There's only,
Our landscape.
there's only 3 ways out of here. Plus the river,
okay.
so.
We,
the river-
That's more landscape.
So that'll fall under several things.
Last time they had fires down there, and it got to the fair place, then they put us on notice. My son calls me up from Atlanta, he says, Dad, get the hell out of there. Well, I looked across and the freeway had been parked 2 hours later, the same cars are across, so there's no place to go, they're all leaving. I'm telling you, this river is the only way out here if it all gets, because when it comes, it all comes as you've seen down there.
Okay,
So-
there's a word for that.
That not transportation, it's our, navigation.
Evacuation.
Evacuation.
Evacuation points. Emergency planning. So maybe add with number 4, landscape. Our landscape is the risk.
Okay, so emergency,
Evacuation.
I still think.
Lack of evacuation.
okay, we'll just put emergency back. We all know what it means.
So our third one was crime, but you already had that with public safety, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. Okay, over here.
Okay, so we touched also on the fire and emergency services, that's already up there. We touched on, code enforcement, code enforcement.
It's more specific.
That's, we have that under governance, it's under government structure. That includes code.
Okay,
We also had homeless.
pardon me?
We also had homeless.
Public safety.
Okay, that's your 3?
Yeah.
Okay, over here.
We had aging infrastructure and code, aging infrastructure
So that's
and,
number 1.
right, and code in the charter. And one that we didn't think was gonna get addressed is cost of living. That's not really something we can specifically do something about, but
But it's definitely
it's
a
a
threat.
threat to consider.
And our community has gone up in price because
That's
of
a good, it's a good one. Yeah.
Good, put that on. Okay, now what's missing in terms of threats? Again, if we get discussing the threat script is fine, if we don't wanna get bogged down and not move forward, okay?
I think cronyism,
Cronyism.
or,
Oh,
forgive me for saying it. Cronyism.
Nepotism.
What's the right term then if it's not that? We talked about the history, we talked about control of different things versus
I like
collaboration.
that.
CH,
We know what you mean.
okay.
Yeah.
I think there's no H there.
Well, it's-
I think there is.
Yeah, I just, maybe this would help with cronyism. I think if we continue to do what we've always done, that's a real threat to.
Stagnation.
Stagnation. That was, I like that one.
That's, yeah, okay.
So that could be used to.
But we have to remember, there's lots of people in the.
So we're not talking about mosquitoes.
Stagnation.
Yeah.
They
But it's a
fight for
threat.
the stagnation of our community, and that's what.
Anything else?
Leads to.
Oh, I volunteer infrastructure, I guess.
Pardon me?
Utilities maintenance, like maintaining like water.
That would be infrastructure.
Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna get, now, yes.
So we wanted to include council/management, because while it might be functioning now, it's a huge threat if it's not.
Is that government structure? Yeah.
No, those are
No.
codes and.
So maybe we need a second one for the makeup of it, but one also is the governance, the charter, the code, the.
Okay, I
policy.
got you. So governance would be the word there.
Governance structure is different than,
Yeah, it's.
so what I'm thinking about is like, sure, we might have good council now, we might have good leadership now, but how do we make sure that doesn't become a threat? So
Okay.
leadership, can we just put leadership?
Let's think about that for a minute.
Are you
Continuity
threatened
of
by the
leadership.
leadership
I
of
think
the
governance
town
needs
at
to
this
be on
time?
the list.
Governance is up there.
But these are like weaknesses, not.
Oh, so not government structure, but governance.
Yeah.
That's what it is, governance. Yeah.
We said keeping everybody on the same page was one of the.
Governance is
Remember,
addition
we
to
make it
structure.
governance? government.
Yeah.
But our current, when we were saying structure, we were talking about
Codes, regulations,
the
charter.
regulations. The government regulations and governance, not the structure as far, but it's included in that. But our current charter and code conflict.
I think what happens is you're gonna be able to bundle these together in a theme, and then you're gonna come up with, again, 6 or 7 objectives or strategies that will address government. It would, structure would be one of them, code might be another, and so forth, okay?
And one that just came from Melita that I think is important to cover is apathy. A lack of concern.
Okay.
Shannon said.
But stagnation / apathy work?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, something that comes to mind, and you just look around the window, I mean, the room. But probably a great threat to our community is racism. We're all, what? Racism.
Racism?
Diversity.
Yeah,
to begin with.
we're not a
I actually
diverse.
want to see one example.
But that's all.
So hold on, before we go off,
On economic development.
instead of calling it racism,
Ethnicity.
there is not necessarily diversity, but we just got a study back from Soretti yesterday that Southern Oregon is growing in diversity, second only to Portland. So we are changing in our demographics.
Yeah.
So I would say our demographics versus
But that's not.
racism is action,
Yeah.
demographic is, we're not very diverse. So
You did the nail on the head with that. That's not.
If we're all the same age, if we're all the
But-
same color, you know, so that could be a threat if we don't try to encourage change.
But if
in
you
that
look at the
part.
age of the room,
That's very.
where's the future of our community? Where's the youth?
Aging.
Right there. Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty.
One of the things, you know, I had, and then right down to what you just said, is lack of youth opportunities in this town. And you've all discussed about youth participation and the lack of it here. That
I
started.
agree.
I
I agree.
And by not having opportunities for these young people,
I agree.
that was something when we did the parks development 10 years ago and our ideas. One of the places we got the most input was we went to the elementary school. And we had the kids say what they felt was lacking in the parks. And we got a lot of really good input and a lot more of it from them than we did from adults. However, that was not encouraged and has fallen to the side. And that's something that is a threat. If you want to look at it, things that we're doing is not including youth and not providing opportunities for youth.
Okay, Bill?
I was gonna say, Richard, I'll talk to you later about that. There's something going on right now as we speak. That's not, it's not with just what you're talking about.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're-
How many, raise your hand if you're good with putting youth opportunities on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I want to go back on this. I mean, forget racism, but we do not have, this is a representative group of our community, I think, which doesn't have a lot of diversity
I
in
would
it.
argue it's not a representative group of our, community.
Okay, but
Because we don't have youth in.
We're in.
Can I just say, and so maybe the threat is the fact that we don't see not having diversity as not being a threat. I mean, we don't see the water that we're in when the world has become incredibly diverse. And if we want to be in the world, we should be.
What's the threat in that?
Well, the threat is that we are being left behind by, why does Silicon Valley succeed? Because it is the melting pot.
Okay, let me see if I, because we're gonna have to wrap this up here because we gotta move on. Stagnation is part of that.
Yeah, stagnation. And we fought years for stagnation because half the town wants it to stay completely the same. They don't want any growth. And we've had, one of our old mayors wrote a letter to everyone in town, how she was gonna keep everything the same and not grow and keep everything stagnant. Do some of you guys remember that letter we got?
Okay, Bill, last comment, Bill.
We can't change that.
No, but that means that perception is out there and it's in our community.
Exactly, okay. So do we want to, can we fit this lack of diversity in stagnation?
I don't think so. I think it's separate.
Are we good with lack of diversity?
Youth opportunity.
Raise your hand if you're good with lack of diversity. Now, diversity, when you define diversity, it's not just racial diversity, it's economic diversity,
Right.
okay, it's gender diversity, it's opportunity diversity, it's
Thoughts.
age diversity, it's all kinds of
But
things.
see, I think number 10, having the youth opportunity, that is what would, not having that would be the threat. But if we change that, that would help with the diversity. If we get the youth involved, the youth, just for what they've grown up in, are way more diverse than most of us. And
But I heard that.
A lot of these things, you're gonna see things that will affect diversity.
Yeah,
I wanna
and
do.
that would help bring the diversity in, because the older they get, the more they'll want to be
But
part of
that's
it.
part of diversity. I mean, what?
Yeah.
If I was 1,000 years old, I'll never see the merit to diversity. Never.
But have you ever lived in a diverse community?
Yes, he has.
Can I share something?
Be there for us.
I've actually talked to experts on DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And cause I do recruiting, because I've been doing recruiting for 25 years, so we talked about wanting to have more diverse applicant pools. And what she's shared with me, and what I hear from a lot of experts, if you are including people, so if you include people and you're thinking equity, in other words, what are you doing to allow people to have the same opportunities for like disabled people, to make sure that they can access our parks and those kinds of things, then diversity follows. So equity and inclusion bring diversity. So I think that, it's not about, like you said, it's diverse as a whole big umbrella, but if we include more people, which is what I'm trying to say, include more youth,
It will help.
include more people, yeah, diversity follows.
Exactly.
So I think that it's be a more, we need to be equitable and inclusive.
Okay, then how about,
Diversity follows.
how about a threat to this community is lack of inclusion?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would be
But-
considered a threat.
So question, I'm just gonna, my observations of this community is that it's not made up of a lot of people from here. People come here and move here. Most everybody in this room, not everybody, I know, most everybody in here is a transplant. And so anybody can come, anybody, I mean, so yes, I do agree. I mean, I just changed our forms that we're making sure that we're available for ADA and responsiveness and all that kind of stuff. As we become aware, we're gonna incorporate that stuff in. But what needs to change? Because this is a community made up of people from other places coming here mostly. Rick's an exception. Just kidding. I mean, been born and raised here, but we are a community that accepts outsiders. But is it physically accepting them or emotionally accepting them? I don't know. I'm still new, I know.
Well, legally, if they move in here, they wanna be here, whoever it is, we wanna
Yeah.
be here. If you got an objection to that, you better come on strong legally, because other than that, you're pissing in the wind.
And that's what I'm saying, is
I mean, that
that this
goes
is a
for anybody
community
of
that
any
welcomes
color.
outsiders.
Yeah.
Any sexual.
Diversity is something we can create. I think it's like,
I
we can
think
create
that
an
if we-
environment for
If we're
diversity.
focused on being an equitable community, in other words, so as we start building our parks, are we making sure that people with, mental or
Okay.
physical disabilities?
I'm gonna stop us here. What I'm gonna say is this, I'm just gonna stop us here. Equity, diversity, all of that kind of stuff has so many different definitions on the minds of so many different people. And what I would say to you is, if your issue is, if you see this place as a community that's unwelcoming, okay, then it's a problem. Okay, if it's because the structures, the programs don't support a broad range of people, then we need to work on that as programs and projects, okay? Because if you start talking about trying to change mindsets, that's a whole different ballgame. Nobody in here is a psychologist, I don't think. Closest we have is the pastor here. And so I wouldn't get into the psychology of all of this. I would say to you, look at your programs. Do they welcome a group
I agree.
and that sort of stuff, okay? So let's stop there. And I'm gonna put these up now.
So before you pull that down, on the homeless population piece, I would say that that's more around poverty and drug use than the homeless people themselves. I mean, I just don't want it to be where we're coming up with a document that's specifically targeting the homeless.
Okay, okay, let me ask you, is poverty and drug use spread with this community?
Yeah.
Do we want to put that down?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's better than homeless.
Okay,
Is it poverty? Overall health? I mean, affordable housing is an issue, right? But I don't wanna like target a certain population on it.
So we have cost of living up there already. But you're right, it's not just that somebody's homeless, is there drug addiction involved, is there mental health issues?
Right.
yeah, but put poverty and drug use separately, because all people who don't have the, they're struggling financially are not.
Instead of drug use, when you put behavioral health,
Yeah,
that includes mental health and drug use.
And remember, these are national problems, not
Yeah,
things
correct.
that are part of our
Yeah.
community side.
Well
So,
said.
I mean,
We're looking at
have
what's
to be dealt with
specific to
on
you
that
that
level.
you can change.
So they're just local threats.
Yeah, local threats.
Those are local.
I think behavioral health, mental health and drug use is behavioral.
Homeless and drug?
And it, I mean, instead
Behavioral health. Oh, right, sorry. What?
What I don't want to do is get down a rabbit hole and spending all of our time talking about this last year, okay? Okay, I'm moving us on. All right, now what we're gonna do between now and lunch, we're starting to run a little bit behind. What I want to do now is I want all of you guys to look at, or get yourself a card. We just need one card, whoever's gonna be described, and this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna look at these
don't
up
put the
here.
cards away, those all come to me at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, the cards you've written on, we can actually toss because we've got.
Okay.
I'm collecting the cards that you need, so give me credit cards. I want them credit cards. One credit card. So that's the one credit card.
Bill doesn't think the first.
One credit card. Oh, yes, it's a threat.
Oh, see that.
Yeah, but that's right, that would not.
One credit card. And one credit card here. Okay, now what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna put, all you need is one card to pick for the table, not for each of you. You're gonna have a discussion now, I'm gonna put all of these right here, and you're going to come up with.
I'm having a hard time hearing.
You're gonna come up with, in this next discussion, what you see emerging from all this right here, each table is gonna come up with 4 themes. Okay, 4 themes. Now, what's a theme? Finance is a theme. It's a big picture topic. Finance would be a theme. Quality of life would be a theme. Governance would be a theme. So if you start putting these things together and combining them together, you're gonna find themes emerging. Does that make sense? For example, if you look at river, location, recreation, parks, in some ways, that all is one theme, right? Okay, quality of life could be the theme, or recreation could be the theme, or tourism could be the theme. So if you look at everything that has finance up there or costs money, finance would be a theme that would come out of that. So whatever themes you come up with that you see as major themes that combines more than 2, 3 or more of those things, come up with 4. Each table come up with 4. Okay, we're gonna have a discussion and see.
In each of the themes.
4 themes.
Four themes.
So it might be finance, governance, and something else, or it may be something that I'm missing in terms of work you want.
I can't see the one regarding the finance thing. I think we all agree that finance is one of the. Yeah, I agree. I think that we all agree.
The river and the trails and parks and Public safety, that's the theme. And the theme in itself, funding.
Yeah.
As being, well.
Safety could be a thing.
I got infrastructure funding. Just had simple for.
Deal with law enforcement, bring those all.
That's kind of some.
Well, after that, it's, none of that, but I have funding. That includes.
Or funding.
Charter fall into that?
Yeah, well, the river provides recreation.
But there's more than just the river there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And funding, finance, or something to do. Financial. Economic development. Instead of.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, yeah.
Infrastructure, economic development, those are things. Well, the thing, let's say the theme is.
Continuity, everything we have. I don't know, you need that right here. Yeah. Work governance. Encompass like 3 or 4 of them that are exactly the same and the theme. So I didn't just like say. It's not really like the whole would be like orientation would be all like under recreation, so the quality of life. There we go. No, it's just including these, like we're taking these and just.
All those.
Getting kind of.
On regular basis, 2 months, 6 months. About how this vibe should
Get it downtown, bring in more.
But how do we get down to do that? I can get that out. We don't have a way to do that right now.
It's.
Because you have to have.
Okay. Everybody has the things written out now, right? Okay, everybody? Okay, here we go. Okay, let's start with this table right here. Sammy, you're gonna give us your theme, Sandy.
Okay, so we've got quality of life,
Quality of life. Okay,
Public safety,
public safety.
infrastructure,
Okay,
and finance/funding.
we're done.
Yep.
But those are, that's not, they're not things, they're things. If you put the word enhance or maintain in front of all of them, now you have a theme.
Well, now you have a goal.
Yeah.
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 And Joe, I'm unclear on the concept of theme.
Yeah, theme is just generally, what are you wanting to address? You're wanting to address quality of life, that would be a theme.
Okay.
You're wanting to address public safety, you're wanting to address infrastructure, and you're wanting to address financial funding. Okay, and that's what's coming out of this right here. When you look at the strengths and weaknesses, you can help them as we move into the goal setting with the opportunities and the strengths that you have.
So we'll take this and after lunch, we're gonna go into the goals and then the objectives. So those goals are those things we want to accomplish based on these themes over the next 5
Yeah.
years. Our objectives are what are we gonna do this
Fine.
year and next year, the short term to focus on first kind of thing. And so we'll get there to those added words to
And these up here would support you in that. Okay, we got you guys. What do you have for these?
So it's, similar, we had infrastructure and public safety. We also have governance.
Governance.
And one also that's not on that list yet is recreation, which we thought included like tourism and river and.
We're saying quality of life.
Well, we put recreation.
Well, I mean, but I think that would be quality of life.
Right.
Quality of life.
Okay, back here.
So we had all those, but I'll add the ones we don't have, mission and vision.
direction.
Okay, is there
Direction is really another word that,
Yeah.
direction.
direction?
Yeah.
Okay,
Economic development,
would that be finance funding?
no.
No, that's different.
Or quality of life.
Oh, economic development, you're talking about the economy of the,
Bringing in new businesses.
gotcha.
Selling what we have, marketing what we have. Bringing people in, getting people to want to move here. And then, tourism.
If you could squeeze that on the front page, all of ours are on there.
Oh, that's part of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, now,
One more table.
No,
One more?
ours are all on
Well,
there.
ours are all on.
Infrastructure, recreation, safety, and economic development.
okay, did we have safety? Yeah, we have public safety. Okay, now, these are the themes that we're gonna begin looking at potentially for writing goals. Okay, and the goals are gonna be broad goals, but before we do that, what I wanna do is I want to be able to prioritize these. What is the most important thing that needs to be dealt with now? Okay, in other words, when you guys begin dealing with the issues in your community, the themes that need to be addressed, we want to look at that as whatever you decide is most important, that's going to be your number one goal. Okay, it's the thing you're going to go after first. And the way you're going to do this is each one of you gets 7 votes. Excuse me, 6 votes. You get 6 votes. You can use all 6 votes on one of those themes, or you can spread them out, 2 on one, 1 on another, 3 on another. However you want to vote. What you're going to do is you're going to take your dot and you're going to put your dot either underneath it or off to the side. Don't put it above because I'll count for the one underneath. All right. All right. So everybody gets to go up there with 6 dots and put them where you want to put them. You don't get to vote for everything. That's why you get 6 dots. Okay? All right, so you're gonna get about maybe 10 minutes to do this. As soon as you get your dots, you can start. As soon as you get your dots, you can start going.
There we go. No,
What is the most important theme that you want to have it addressed up there? Second most important, whatever, or maybe we'll just. See that shot.
You don't get my share.
Give me my dot.
That's our main function. I mean.
We can take about 5, 10 minutes.
No, don't think.
Yeah, I'm going there.
Oh, sorry.
Get my
Voting tower.
No, you wanna get too many votes.
I got giving me crap for not going over.
Again,
About how much.
Spend all my time.
About me and I don't know where my week.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's.
It's all your life. I don't care. I could be up.
Gotta utilize that word.
Yeah.
You gotta write in some dots, so it's.
Yeah.
Hey, you put your name on that
Over there.
Oh, no. Yeah, this one.
I'm doing Malia. How do you want me to vote?
Here.
Right, red is Malia. Green is
Yeah,
Can't tell.
we're not, but I'm just saying.
I tell you what, I'm the only yellow with the.
If
So
we're
you
gonna
can
watch
exactly
these,
tell
I want to
where I
yellow.
voted.
I'm like, maybe it's yellow.
This would be a lot more interesting if you put your initials on it. Who voted for this? Yes.
I'm so glad I worked on because it actually. I wonder why.
It's old and it's got metal and everything else.
I don't know who put it there, it might be C.
That's why they call it in.
Okay, can I just? Yes, after you.
No, I know, you're so cute.
There's plenty of.
So,
Steve, are you still thinking? Work?
Oh.
I was ready for that meeting.
so we got. Good job. There you go. There you go. I can get everything rotated around. Right.
Oh, my hair. And then I got it.
Loving everywhere.
I do.
That is interesting to see. I like that. I think everybody should have got a.
Spots right here.
You could share that.
And it's a great.
weren't running. I didn't. Go ahead. He is making stuff.
Yeah.
So I will respond. Yeah, I will respond to you and, that's cool.
Yeah.
He's been making all kinds of.
Do you want her, Joe, do you want her to have a press card?
I can do anything I want. The order of the flag. Laser CNC basically.
Yeah, 'cause I do have, there's bigger problems than what you do, and the other one. And then now, she does one of that might be for, rather than the gal.
Sure.
I tried talking about it.
Wow. She went there.
It's only for- But you won't go-
Yeah. I'm doing all kinds of different stuff. Well, right on the main street, right? Right. Oh, yeah.
Spelling bee is better than being.
It's also is everything all the time, so people don't. I don't have.
Sundown. Yeah, that's a lot of property.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah, yes. Four in there, but I don't understand why 20 years ago.
No, I don't.
City works, you know, they really started. The three guys that are started the trees, the town, been doing a bunch of stuff. Photographic trees.
Better watch out, man.
Surveys to the farm, because it had, I wrote in my mind, it was, but I don't think, like, I under the year, the whole mapping, more so than, I think the picture of the real estate, but like three. There. And then, well,
Yeah.
down the road. Well, everything from the dam down to, here, which is, and then, right now.
I did only move my business in that, and I was looking at the and so now I see that.
Try to keep my fingers. Yeah, we did actually like. Yeah.
That's kind of theme for me. It's kind of
Yeah.
I heard you. What you were doing. Yeah.
Duffy in here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I have her number. You guys.
Okay, everybody, can come back to our seats here. Everybody come on back. Everybody come on back. Okay. There you go. Here we go. Okay. Now we're in the really important part of this. This is where the brains really need to start thinking about that. Okay. This is where you need to really begin thinking about this. What we see from what we have here in terms of using this collaborative approach where you guys all got to look at this, vote your priority, think about what was most important to you as an individual, and then come together and vote on that. What we have right now is infrastructure is seen as the #1 issue. Okay. The second issue is finance and funding. Third is going to be public safety and recreation. Fourth is governance. Somebody explain to me what we meant by the direction.
Vision and mission.
Vision and mission. Okay. Vision and mission. Well, economic development was #8. And then direction, and then tourism. So what we're gonna do is this, we're gonna write a goal, a major goal for each one of these. And let me explain how this works from an example. I'm gonna use a school institution as an example, of a strategic plan that was put together. And here was a goal that came out of it. One of the themes for the goal, the major theme, was program in the school program, okay? The major goal that came out of that was Seabury Hall will broaden and enrich its programs to advance the mission of the school. So that became the goal. The school will advance its programs to meet the mission of the school, okay? So what we're gonna do is come up with a goal that has to do with infrastructure, finance funding, public safety, governance, economic development, and tourism may fit with economic development, for example. What's that?
Are those our missions?
These are what you're gonna draw the goals from. These aren't the mission, these are the themes.
I think-
So again, let me explain one more time. In this example that I gave you, program came out as a theme. The quality of the education program, using an education institution as an example. Program, the quality of the program. Out of that came a goal. Seabury Hall will broaden and enrich its programs, the theme, to advance the mission of the school. Okay, to advance the values that the school had. So that's why these values are important. Now, after we come up with those 6, 7, 8 goals, 9 goals, but some of them they need to find. Then we will come up with the strategies for the goals that support. So for example, advance the program to, or develop a program to advance the mission, right? So then we had a goal, ensure that civics and citizenship and current events are incorporated into the curriculum. Yeah, that's a specific goal. We're gonna add civics and that sort of thing. Another goal, ensure that every student receives instruction on personal finance. Okay, so that's a specific goal, right? Another goal was explore the expansion of the arts program. That's another specific goal related to the program. Another goal, assess the foreign language department and add languages as determined. Okay, you see how that works now? So you have the major goal, advance the program. You're gonna have a major goal here. Something about finance. We're gonna write a goal, a general goal about what you wanna do with finance. And we're gonna brainstorm, you guys are gonna brainstorm this. And you're gonna come up with it this afternoon. All right? So the way we're gonna work this, so you know, because we're gonna have lunch here shortly, is you're gonna do this. We're gonna have each table take 2 themes and write a goal for each theme. One table is gonna take the first theme and the highest rated theme and the lowest rated theme. We're gonna add tourism into economic development. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take the number 1 theme, and this will be the last theme, direction. And one table will determine 2 goals for that. And then we'll do the second level, public safety and finance and funding. And then we'll do the third, which would be recreation and governance. And the fourth will be the ones in the middle. I'll divide them up. I don't need to go through too much more of that. I'll explain to you who's gonna write what things. Okay, that'd make it a lot easier. Okay, so, we're at our tables now. We have 5, 4, 6. Let's get, now, is Carol gone for the day?
I don't know.
Carolyn and Larry are not.
One person.
They said, where's Jordan?
We have 5. We have 6. 5 extra. You have 6. 6. Okay, 5, 5, 6, and 6. Perfect. Nobody's gonna sit here. Okay, these are the tables you'll sit at here. Okay, when we come back for lunch, we still have about, how many minutes do we have? Lunch ready?
Ready.
Oh, good. If lunch is ready, we will come back here at 20 after and start. Okay.
Right now it's 10 to noon. We'll come back at 12.
And I have a hard
Okay.
stop at 12:45.
We'll come back at 12.
All right, so everybody, real quick on lunch. If you can come out this way, we're just gonna go in the outside door and then out the kitchen back in. We have salad and pizza from Figaro's. Thank you, Micah, for helping us. Good job, Micah. There is a vegetarian option and there's 1 gluten-free, so if you are gluten-free, it's the small one. Otherwise, if you're not gluten-free, eat the others, because there's lots of options there. The salad is dairy-free, meat-free, gluten-free. So just was trying to accommodate, there's 3 different salad recipes, so. You know,
Just stay away from that one.
Which one am I saying?
all right, let's go. Please enjoy.
It's also conveniently rent-free, but not. Oh, yeah, don't do that. Not even gonna taste it. Visually or texture. Like carbon copy. Straight to the plate. Nobody touched your tongue.
They're good.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's just, a lot of people can see about.
Oh, no. Really?
Before we started going.
No,
Like eating rubber.
Holy, I've never been to, is that common or is it just?
No, but there was Christmas.
Right.
Why she did it? No.
Why was it?
Well, I guess if you have a rain boots and.
Oh, okay.
Not it. All those.
Yes, yeah, I know because when they put me on there,
or the strategy's done as well. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have each table take on the writing of 2 goals, okay? Based on the themes. One table's gonna do infrastructure and direction. Somebody again define what direction is.
Mission and vision.
Pardon me?
Mission and vision.
Where we're going.
Ready to go.
Okay, one table's gonna do finance, funding and finance and funding, and then a goal on recreation. One's gonna do a goal on governance and a goal on economic development and tourism. And one's gonna do a goal on public safety and one on quality of life. Now, let me give you an example of what a goal would look like. Okay, I've written one right up here on recreation, okay? I just thought I would write one so you have a kind of a model. So if recreation were a theme, here would be a potential goal. The city of Gold Hill will promote and support the development of recreational opportunities to enhance the quality of life for its citizens and promote tourism. So it's a mission statement. Okay,
For each theme.
so that would be a basic broad goal. And then out of that, we will come up with the strategies to make that happen. Fair enough? Okay, so I'll just leave that there as a model. All right, so. Yes, Lloyd.
This might be a good opportunity to offer these smaller pads so that they can write them out. Bigger, these ones sticky too.
How do you have?
I have 6.
Okay, yeah, let's do one for each table.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Take that. Don't give it to me.
I wanna know if we're gonna have the rubber band. The brand.
We all have markers.
Are they the smelly ones?
We got a computer.
So let me share with you how this process works. You're gonna take time, maybe 5, 10 minutes to wordsmith something, to think about how you want that goal to be presented. This will be an example of a model, as I said, okay? Once you have done that, talk about it first, and then write it down on the tablet. All right, write it down on the tablet. And do both goals on one sheet. Your goal 1, for example, goal 1, goal 2. Goal 1, goal 2, goal 1, goal 2. When you write it on the sheet, you will write goal 1, goal 2. Now, once you've done that, then you're gonna have somebody come up here and present. Somebody in your group is gonna present.
We have lots more wall space.
Yeah, we'll be putting them over here. You good with that now? Everybody clear? Okay, so we have 4, 5, 5, 5. Perfect. Okay, this is table 1. You guys are gonna write a goal on infrastructure, and then you're gonna write another goal on direction, mission, and vision. Table 2, you're gonna write a goal on finance and funding and a goal on recreation. Your table 3, you're gonna write a goal on governance, economic development, and tourism. At your table 4, you're gonna write a goal on public safety and quality of life. Goal for each one. We good? Go to work.
It's not have to be hashed out.
Yeah, he's the guy that asked this question for.
Water,
Wow, you have teaching mapping?
Yeah.
no, I have a decent mapping of most of the main. But there's a lot of little branch lines that don't.
But we can contact Mike Colwell.
Mike Goldman does.
Mike Colwell will have.
He's
He's our water guy.
Southern Water Technology. They actually-
Thinking word and.
Yeah.
Water, nothing mentioned there.
No place.
Completely, and I do have a good spot on that. Infrastructure and direction. Yes. Vision.
Fire.
Puts clean water back into the river.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah. Wastewater.
Yeah, that we're gonna.
When I think of infrastructure, I think of the pipe or water line underneath of all the roads in town.
And the road.
You're not.
Yeah, they're not adequate size.
Well, I think the first thing we need is a planning grant here for somebody to define what's there and start something new and put money.
Yeah.
And then you would take that and go to.
But those are all some.
We need a plan, we need a like that.
You need to know, those things up there. Have to do with. Set a goal. That state, going to upgrade our water, sewer.
Upgrade the piping of.
Our, the purview of our infrastructure is water. Yeah. Yeah, streets, but that. There is, it's in serious disrepair, it's not been even thought about.
Like a 7 days, never.
No, all of it just goes straight into the road. Everything from this side of the tracks goes down here next to the end of Fredberg and then puddles up because there's one pipe that goes underneath.
Yeah. But also.
Yeah.
Do it well.
We write in there something like, meeting updates and, as well as regular maintenance on our infrastructure. We can't forget about that. That would require the utility piping, storm drain, and what other?
That's what I'm thinking. Not per se, we fall under basically Jackson County, the state of Oregon, what their basic minimums are. We don't have a specific, that's something I was trying to do, is set a specific, we're using 5/8 months. Yeah.
Let's try it.
No, that's, that's when you're really thinking outside the box. Yeah.
That's also. Don't get in the.
So it's water, roads, and storm. Basically are three.
Yeah.
Small community. Fire.
Roads, streets. And there is a plan for that as well. So that's something we can.
And we can divulge on that. I think that's a good mission statement.
Upgrade and
Maybe
make.
it's storm.
Stormwater.
quality of life, right? One of our public safety. Right now, we're now library.
That's not our, we don't think, and I think those are the only three things that we do.
Yeah. I think
As
that's.
a city. Could be, but we don't have.
I was just saying.
We need minutes.
We're gonna have to.
Contact base, self-
So quality of life. We.
So you think that sounds, does everybody agree that that sounds good with that's right for the first
I
one?
think that's a good beginning. We need to-
Okay, so
Water.
So, I have to upgrade our.
I think that sounds good. I think just that.
Quality of life.
Yeah.
And then we'll write that down under.
So if we look at his example. Yeah. It's gone. Okay. So now, so we move on to, so,
Yeah.
we want to write the next one, so I'll hand it out.
Right? Are you happy with that? Are you guys
So
happy?
we can write that on the big.
Okay.
We have to come up with.
So in what's called.
Upgrade our first, upgrade fresh water
Mark this one, what's other small quality like? I know, but it's in the.
Community.
How about? You know, well, so. Sometimes we'll. Quality of life.
City goal, no.
Maybe write out a paragraph, let's try and two, so we get.
Yeah, I'll wait until we get both of them and then I'll write them down.
Okay, okay, so the next one.
I think our direction is to make it more friendly, more.
Trash cans in town or trash cans? Could be.
So broad.
But think about it, then, what is quality of life? There's certain access to.
Governance.
But I know my kids really well.
And I and my mom get together. For me, it's like, meeting.
Basically, yeah.
I think that's a nice one. I think it sounds great.
I like that.
We just talked about a lot of things.
Continuous improvement, okay, so.
The goal of the city of Hopeville is to strive to be a continuous shared by.
Everybody in agreement?
Good.
Okay, here.
Properly relieved.
Old bill, number two.
So now that, see how you.
I'd say I'm the best.
Increasing growth in public safety.
Every 3
All
years.
right, theme song.
Better.
How you do that?
Like citizens, that's why I love such.
I mean, there are times.
This small town. On the goal, no matter what your belief system may be. Conservative, whatever. So. We are. We're turn it around, so.
Good. More of that than anything else.
What's her husband like, what made one?
The reason I don't know.
You don't have, I was gonna say, yeah. So you don't have gin in your house. Like I don't have tequila. Yeah, she cried or she worked.
They're gonna see that in.
Every time I drink whiskey, she cries.
That's not our issue song today.
Every time I drink, I get mad at him. You guys know it.
Improving the relationship. You guys want some exciting news?
I do.
Well, you.
Yeah, we already know.
We're getting $20 for my It's not a grant. Legislature with it. What's that?
Isn't that the letter that the council sent off? That's a whole different thing.
They came to me before I even got hired and I put it in the ask before I even got hired.
What do they call that? Sweat equity due diligence? We know our contract due diligence. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. That's the history part. Yep. Exactly.
Put it on the floor, if there's ways.
Yeah. I don't have anything about public safety, but I just, I had on the, one. I've got to find it.
Yeah. Chocolate apple pizza, it'd be taken out.
You know.
Tomorrow's going to be they have all those books that are like, there's one for the history of Boltville. Really check in there, they've done a lot of research for the history of society. I mean, if you can get it to me, I can burn it into a piece of wood. All of it. I would like to do like a map. I've got a map of Jackson County, and it's like a print, it's the white paper, lines on it, you know. I'd like to do something like that. You know, just, taking. I'd like to see, you know, just around the big sign over here, it says Golden Hill. And used to have the big, you know, have the sign on there. It was a full size, it was like a 10-foot tall sign, I don't remember exactly on there, not like this, but something like that. Right. Picture. Yeah.
Then we get from the pump. That's when, yeah, I was talking to you. Down there.
Something simple.
Depends when you know back.
Right.
Worst case, you would have to have.
You like this? I like yours. Oh, yeah. I don't like my back.
Okay, that's what we're going. Yes.
No.
That's when I.
The problem, I mean, even if there was blinds, there used to be blinds over there. It's still, with the lights on and somebody out there, no, somebody in here, and you would have no idea what's going on inside.
That far away from That's our bathroom.
In the car.
100%.
With my right foot on the clutch, my
And
right
the
foot on the ground.
I could probably.
Start the car. There's probably in our. We're talking.
Steve.
That and a. Or a physical car.
Yeah, right. At least 70%.
We have a lighter.
Yeah, right. Take some, put in bigger.
My grandfather's chair.
Yeah, so.
Not just a traditional heating, but with the plan towards future sustainable growth. Remember? That,
First thing I yelled.
with the plan towards future growth. Sustainable growth. We don't have a plan, that's what I'm saying, it's added into our infrastructure, that we need a big plan.
They need to look at it, to identify what the needs are.
So all I'm saying is as we upgrade and maintain our water, stormwater and road systems with the plan towards future growth. Yeah. Future, yeah.
Does it now?
There's no plans if we don't put it in.
Or just with plans for sustainable.
Yeah.
We just.
Can I add that here? All right.
Yeah.
With
With a plan
plans
for.
sustainable growth. All right, so we don't have to put the plan towards sustainable growth.
Right. Yeah, it's called cancer.
They do that, right?
Yeah.
They don't plan for that.
Thank you.
Average size of the water.
Average, 3/4 to 5 inches.
6 or 8.
The water main, we're about to replace the 6 inch to 8 inch. So
That should be a little bit.
I understand, but. Our connections
Standard
are
is
all.
gonna be 5/8.
Yeah.
Service connection, 5/8.
We don't have any in town that are what? Well, 5/8 by 3/4 meters, the 5/8 by 3/4 meters. It's a 5/8 to 3/4. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was cabbage for a long time.
Exactly, it's all different. Like, our-
That'll.
Yeah.
Everybody got questions?
Back west.
Sandy?
There is no actual convention check program in place.
Let's get her done.
There is no background checks. Does not enforce the maintenance. Every one of them should be on a map. Yeah, they're supposed to be checked every 2 years by. But I went and took a class for it. I'm actually certified to administer it, but.
Yeah, then you're just pushing on a learning.
Mhm. Nice. That would be.
Okay, let me have your attention, please. These folks are still transparent, but we can be
You know, having someone certified in these things.
All right, so let me see, good work, it takes time. Let me see this, now, table 1 first. Let's put this up here, and I don't know who your presenter is, you need to pick one. Now. I want to caution us as we go through this. This is not a final draft, or this is not a final copy, this is the first draft, okay? So we don't need to wordsmith these things to death. You understand what I mean by that? As long as we got the essence of the goal, then they can be formalized. However, Lily sees that fit as the city manager. So let's start with group 1, table 1, and let's just do infrastructure, the first one first, infrastructure first. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the goal is to upgrade and maintain our freshwater, stormwater, and road systems with plans for sustainable growth. We were hoping that would be broad enough, and then we can.
Okay, now,
For what cities?
okay, so the goal is to, she said, goal is to upgrade and maintain our freshwater, stormwater, road systems with plans towards sustainable growth. Now, you have any questions of this group or any things you would like to see that would be after that?
Sounds good.
Well said.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, when I look at this, I see you dealing with specifics, which is okay, it's okay. But is there anything left out, like this sewer system?
We don't have.
No, that's
We're trying to address
three things.
our specific infrastructure that we are responsible for as a
So
city.
that's the whole infrastructure.
So parks. Parks.
That's not really.
They're not, yeah.
But it is.
I mean, we all love it.
Why?
I mean, the pathways and stuff.
So I'm just gonna say
recreation.
that parks is part of our infrastructure. We have boat ramps, we have beach access, we have bikeways and pathways.
Parking lots.
It actually falls under our transportation system partially. We got funding through transportation to do part of it. So there's maintenance requirements there.
I thought that would fall under recreation.
It doesn't actually. The recreation is what you do there, but the maintenance of the property itself,
Functionality.
the functionality is infrastructure.
So should we add parks to it? That would be the
Okay,
last
well,
infrastructure
again,
we left out.
We're not gonna formalize them. These are drafts, so I'm gonna put a few notes down here. That's why we're doing this on up here. So I'm gonna put parks,
You
boat
can't write
ramps,
bigger, can you?
Government building, city hall.
etc. And just put a question mark. Okay, yeah.
That's good.
What if instead, we maybe consider is we commit to updating and maintaining our properties and facilities with the goal of sustainable growth and use of all, or something like that. So it's not specific to water and
roads and whatever our stuff, because we might change what that is in the future.
Okay,
But whatever it is we have, infrastructure, we make a plan towards updating and maintaining.
so properties, utilities, and
Properties, utilities and.
You mean to an even broader category that is specified in the that goal? The broader statement.
now again, we're not gonna rewrite it up here. This is gonna be rewritten later, but I'm putting the questions up here, so when it's rewritten to the way you feel satisfied. So park, boat ramps, et cetera, question mark, maybe more general and broader, question mark, okay? And however you choose to finalize that goal, you can do that. Okay, what we're trying to do is just come up with generally what the goal is covering.
You wanna come up with what the goal is, and then later you're gonna specify how you're gonna.
Well, you may specify how you want to deal with water, how you want to deal with, or what you're gonna do, so you don't break them all out.
I think the only way to keep it broad then would be the goal is to upgrade and maintain our infrastructure with plans towards sustainable growth.
That would be fun, if
Yeah.
that's what you
That
want to do.
works.
But again, I'm not gonna do that right now. That's gonna be something you can choose to do, okay? And so maybe more general is what you're saying.
That way we don't leave anything out.
Yeah, for future.
Okay, and then when we get into the strategies or the objectives, then you can get more specific if you want. Okay? Okay, so we've got that. Any other comments about that? Sounds like you have directions on that goal. Okay, I'm gonna give this one back to you and just hang on to it for now.
What better?
What about
That's-
this one?
We're not gonna do that until the end. It's the lowest rated.
Oh.
Okay, so the next one that we're coming up with is going to be the finance and funding. Who's got finance and funding? Right here. Okay. Up here, who's gonna do the presentation? Oh, good.
I don't know if we can allow them to.
Go ahead.
Finance and funding. The city of Gold Hill will establish a comprehensive financial ecosystem that fosters economic growth, innovation, sustainability, while ensuring inclusion and equitable access to funding opportunities to all citizens and businesses within the city.
Okay, questions, comments?
Too many big words.
Willie?
Right, the only thing I would add at the end is maybe a guess, because we've talked about tourism and some of that other stuff, so.
Well, that would fall under citizens, wouldn't it? No, they're not. Why wouldn't it?
So you either live in the city, or you work in the city, or you visit the city.
Okay.
So citizens who live here, businesses work here, or we visit and we use your facilities.
Okay,
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
I see.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a little note on there. You talked about tourism, you're talking about potentially adding tourism.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put a little note here that says tourism,
For all
Visitors.
tourism citizens.
Visitors.
okay, anything else?
Wouldn't you use visitors, not tourism?
Pardon me?
Didn't you say visitors, not tourism?
Okay, we can back, I'll just put them both up there.
Opportunities for all citizens and visitors alike, and businesses within the city. Oh.
Just roll.
Now, let me share one thing before we move on, just as a thought, just to help you, because you want to make these as succinct as possible. Remember, I talked about it would be important to have a mission and vision for your community, okay? Things like inclusion and equitability. Words like that should be in your vision and mission. They don't need to be in your goals. If you had a vision and mission, you could talk about your community being
Encompasses it all.
a diverse, equitable, city. And then these automatically are supposed to support the vision. Okay,
So it would be,
just
so
a thought.
it would just end at the word sustainability?
Pardon me?
So it would end at the word sustainability?
Potentially.
Yes.
Something to think about if you ever go through a vision, if you ever go through a vision mission statement workshop, something to think about.
Right.
Okay, but we're not there. That would be another day.
Do we need, could we just say the city of Gold Hill will establish, just go straight to foster, that fosters economic growth, but I mean, do we need the, a comprehensive financial ecosystem? I mean,
Steve, I think that's I think it's a really good question. I can give you my druthers. I would I would rather my goals be more succinct,
yeah.
like you're talking about, and then deal with the specifics in the objectives. But again, we're not gonna wordsmith them. We're giving you okay. So maybe I'll put more succinct. And I'm putting question marks because that's your call, not mine, okay? Okay. All right, any other thoughts on this goal? Okay, we got 2 goals done. All right. Let's go next with governance. Who has governance? Governance. Okay. And I apologize if we had 2 days, I keep saying this, we had 2 days, we would wordsmith, but we don't. Okay, so let's go with governance, go ahead.
Gold Hill will strengthen city governance by updating the charter, municipal codes, and policies and procedures.
I think that's pretty straightforward.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's nice too.
Anybody else?
Right?
No,
I think
okay,
move on.
good. Okay. Boy,
Good job.
One
Team.
more thing, on a regular basis on the internet.
No.
Every 2 weeks.
I'm just gonna put the word
Password.
regularly.
Yeah, regular.
You got time to leave.
That's good.
Or periodically or something. Right? And I'm just throwing those words on there so Lily has some words.
I'd take every 20 years even, it's not a big 50.
Yeah.
I'm catching up on decades.
Okay, the next one is public safety.
Work on 1 unit of measurement at a time. Decades down to, well, we are. Last century.
Okay, public safety, you folks.
Gold Hill will promote and support public safety by improving relations with emergency services, encouraging community involvement, and supporting local code enforcement.
Okay, thoughts?
Yeah.
Sounds like we knocked it out of the park.
When you talk about fire department, when you talk about police and all that, that's gonna fit in your objectives, your strategies. That's more specific.
Emergency services.
Okay.
The only thing I can think of that maybe would be fun to add is something about Gold Hill as a fire adaptive community that will promote and support. You know, throwing that vision statement in there that we want to be a fire adaptive community, that means we're reducing our fuel loads, our fire susceptibility and stuff like that. But
That's a good idea.
I kind of like that.
As a fire adaptive community. Gold Hill.
And I'm just throwing a note up there to remind you, okay?
It's in encouraging community involvement, if it's in code enforcement.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next one, we take
can I
one.
ask a question while we have so many people in the room? Never mind, we'll wait till objectives. I'll come back to code enforcement.
Table 1, let's see your next one, direction, mission, vision.
Okay. Direction. The goal of the city of Gold Hill is to strive for continuous improvement toward a vision shared by our community.
Done, next.
Lots, very. Okay, when you get into, again, objectives, strategies or whatever, then you can start talking about how you can do. And we'll be doing that in the next round. Okay. Good. Anything else? Oh, you guys are so easy.
What's next? Recreation?
Recreation. Next. Okay, I gotta stand up and go, somebody's head in the way.
Okay.
Now you're finding
Well,
it.
create a diverse range of inclusive recreational opportunities and spaces that
Peter.
cater to the needs and what's that other word?
In-
Interest of all present, fostering community engagement, social, I'm down here, cohesion, okay, and physical well-being for individuals of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds.
Even the people that can't see it.
Why is
No, I can't read it.
it?
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay,
thoughts?
it's got too much.
Yeah.
It's long, it's wordy, yeah.
I thought it was pretty good for cut and paste. Hey, you know.
Okay, yeah, I think you might look at the wordsmithing, so it just gets a little bit more succinct.
We want to be a culture of recreational activities for all our citizens.
Yes.
But you got the general idea. Okay. Okay, any other thoughts, anything that is blatantly wrong? No,
Yeah.
that's that? So I'm gonna put down here like on the last one. More succinct. Question mark, it's always a question mark, but I have to note that, that's up to you guys. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be putting this on the wall, and then, okay, you guys here, third.
Economic development.
Here, money. See it. Oh my God. Okay.
Local will foster economic development by encouraging vibrant businesses, tourism, and recreation.
Okay, say it one more time.
GoHill will foster economic development by encouraging vibrant businesses, tourism, and recreation.
Nice. Oh, wait, did I say that?
Yeah.
Why don't that kind of go along with recreation?
Yeah, but that's,
Yeah.
but it's, recreation is part of economic development too, so it's okay, it's all right.
That's right.
Well, if it is, then why don't we have recreation up there?
That's a good question.
Why can't that be?
No, we can still have it going both.
This is why we do it this way. This is why it's done this way.
I'm just down here.
If you can tear it down.
Yeah.
Where you're down to 3 or you're down to 4 or 5 goals,
Right,
even better. Okay,
okay.
There are definitely overlap
Yep.
in some of our goals and that's something we can refine and hone and incorporate them in as the objectives to still achieve. I think there's no one in this community that doesn't want us to have good parks and recreation. I think that's a definite goal of this community. Every city councilor I asked, what's our strength? They said our word, every single one.
okay, so my question is, when you look at this now, you've got this one here that deals with encouraging vibrant businesses, tourism, and recreation. Tourism and recreation are related. Okay,
Okay.
and you've got this one here that talks predominantly about recreation for everyone. Okay, do you want to put something in here that has to do not just with I take that back. Tourism and recreation, you have separated out. That's good. Do we want to eliminate this goal?
Yeah.
I think so.
I think so.
I think we can just put it in.
I don't see.
Because some of this
Yeah.
that's here could go in
Yeah.
to the goals and stuff goals or the strategies.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't fall under economic development.
I mean, you don't have personal ownership of this. This is groups. This is the entire group. Okay.
Recreation and economic development are different things. I mean, economic development, tourism is, because there's the history of it. It has nothing to do with recreation, and recreation is basic health maintenance.
No, it's not.
Or that's one way, it's more a body thing than economic development tourism. It's a different thing. I don't see why can't you?
But both have to do with having a healthy culture in the community. Economic development and recreation are a healthy community.
There is symbiotic relationship.
Correct.
Mhm.
And recreation for some people is not about health, it's fun.
Yeah.
Or it's something
That's not
else. It's
Recreational
Yeah.
vehicles, when
Yeah.
you're.
Fun is mental.
You gotta keep that.
That's true, but I'm just saying that recreation and tourism is a part of economic development.
This is an important thing with the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's make sure that we're on board in terms of.
So if you go back to like what we voted on our themes and look at what the focus was, so tourism and economic development scored the lowest.
Well, together, they both, we put them both together. So
Right,
they both
which scored the
They
lowest.
actually, direction was the lowest,
Okay,
okay, and then quality of life was second.
Yeah, but he's saying, look at how recreation.
Look at just
scored.
look at recreation compared to,
We all.
we focus on the recreation part more than we
I
did our.
yeah, see what you're saying now, 21, yeah.
Yeah.
We do care about our recreation. a lot.
Yes, that's a
Okay.
main focus of
Go ahead.
our community. So
My
we can keep that
My
focus.
thought is that they should stay separately, because economic development, when we're looking at the strategies and when we're gonna be sitting here talking about the things we need to do to uplift our community through encouraging vibrant businesses, tourism, recreation, those are things that are specific to all ships rise together, right? But when we're talking about recreation, it's gonna need to get more specific around what we do to foster recreation. It's, whether it's making sure we have the appropriate staffing in the parks, whether it's making sure we're writing grants to, whatever, make it more hospitable to grafting companies or whatever we need to do. It seems like it's just,
You feel like it's too much.
I feel like
to
it's
put
too much
in-
to
There's
connect
two
economic
sides to
I can-
recreation. There is personal recreation and there is also business recreation.
Let's,
Providing business, guiding, things like that, as opposed to a personal experience going into the park and spending time.
Why don't we just do economic development slash
Exactly.
tourism slash recreation?
Well, all of those are.
I'm
Now,
saying-
now it's all in there.
Oh, yeah, then we're under
They're
quality
all
of life.
quality of life.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
Yeah, there you go.
I think adding tourism onto economic development might be the wrong answer. Maybe tourism and recreation need to just be on recreation. Economic development is separate from recreation.
I agree.
So yesterday
Yeah.
I attended the So Ready State of the Road 3-hour event.
what are you talking about? It means nothing.
You're right. But it was interesting to say that they had a guy that, recruits, he goes and finds the sites for corporations to move. He's a site locator and there's only about 200 of them.
Did you raise your hand and be like, my town?
It got weird, but it was interesting for him to say that in some of their recruitment, when they go to a community, the recreational aspects of what's available is part of the scoring of the economic development and the site placement of businesses.
Oh.
And so what I'm saying is economic development, tourism and recreation all fall under quality of life. And if you're aspiring, I know we didn't vote for it, because I don't think quality of life necessarily rang the bell with people of saying, I want that piece. But having a healthy recreational availability and the business culture and the businesses here to sustain them and all that still is the quality of life of our community. But I will tell you, with 300 people in that room yesterday, they absolutely linked recreation and economic development together. And it was a very interesting thing of where are my kids gonna go to school? Where am I gonna play when I get off of work? Where am I gonna live while I work? All were a part of that culture together of growth, economy and all that other kind of stuff.
Okay, let me say two things, because I'm gonna move us on here, okay, because I think I feel where we're going here. Thing number one, everything you're doing has to do with quality of life.
Yeah, that's.
Every one of these goals impacts quality of life.
That's true.
Second thing, you can also eliminate tourism and recreation and just put Gold Hill will foster economic development by encouraging a vibrant business
Maybe.
climate.
Yeah.
I like that. I
Okay.
would
That's a good one.
vote for taking
So
tourism and
then we
recreation and
keep-
putting
we
it.
keep recreation here because it seems like a really big opportunity.
it
for
is.
this community. And it's big enough
To have its
to
own
have to stand. alone.
category.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we do that? Just put climate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that's good.
Climate change.
Kind of.
Nothing to do with the weather.
There was a sudden
Okay.
feeling.
Now that was, this, where did I got this? Oh, here. These are the English teachers.
Nothing to do with it.
Okay, so we're good with this here now.
But yeah, but it's a big enough thing for us to work.
Okay, we got
Yeah.
the last one here. Okay. We'll leave this here for you guys for right now. These are the artists over here. They think out of the box. They do it on 2 pages. and stuff. Okay, go ahead. Quality of life.
Gold Hill will create an environment that promotes a clean and healthy experience for local citizens as well as visitors.
Get the visitors in too, got to.
Yeah, it's part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
broad.
I like covered environments because it's pretty encompassing.
Yeah,
We're talking about.
and you can put bullet points under that all day long.
Because
Yeah.
it needs to be a clean experience and it needs to be a healthy experience so that we have a clean and healthy city, you know? Somewhere that people want to come. That's one thing that is terrible when you go to a place that's got really nice things to offer and then you start looking around, whether it was Alaska or last week being in Costa Rica, there's some tourist places that are just gorgeous and beautiful and everything's about the environment. And then you get into downtown San Jose, which is the capital, and there's litter and poverty and bars in the windows and razor wire, and you're just going,
Belize.
you know, it's,
Yeah.
Life in the fast.
yeah, it's, we need to have all those elements. in it.
Okay, we're good with that then. All right. Okay, we generally have our 8 specific goals. Okay, we generally have them. They're gonna be wordsmithed and refined through the process, whatever you go through on that, Lily, however you go through that process, so that they state exactly what you want them to state when you create the public document or the document that you're gonna distribute or work by. Okay? All right, now, what I'm gonna do, I want you guys to start thinking about this now, and while I set these things up. You guys have 2 goals here. Okay? You guys have 2 goals here, you guys have 2 goals here, you guys have 2 goals here. Now, what I would like you to do is I'd like you to think about them. I'm gonna put them up on the wall. I'd like you to sit here and think about what are the ones that you're most interested in. What are the goals that you're either most interested in or you have the most experience in personally? One of you may be involved in the recreation program around here, okay? Richard, are you involved in the recreation of the city?
I would say so.
Okay. Anybody involved in the recreation city?
I am.
Steve is
Okay, all right, there you go. Okay, Steve would be the first example. Somebody who's involved in it. Anybody involved in, anybody in here who is a finance person, somebody who's a CPA or works in finance?
My mom is, says they
Anybody in here who works in city government?
heard of it.
Okay, you got somebody who works in city government. Okay, you might be interested in being involved in the finance conversation.
No.
Okay.
Wait, we have some budget committee members in this room.
So, what I'm gonna ask you to do now is I'm gonna ask you to think about what it is that you're interested in, and we're gonna take the first 4 goals first. This table is gonna deal with infrastructure. This table is gonna deal with the finance and funding goal. This table is gonna deal with the governance goal. And this table here is going to deal with the public safety goal. All right? So you can now, as you think about this, migrate to those 4. You can migrate to the table that is of most interest to you or you have the most expertise in. Either public safety, governance, finance and funding, or infrastructure. All right? If everybody goes to one table, it doesn't work, so I need to find you. Okay? So what you need to do is spread yourselves out if you can. So those who want to do infrastructure, who are interested in infrastructure, come to this table. Those of you who are interested in finance and funding, come to this table. Those who are interested in governance, come to this table, and those of you interested in public safety, come to this table. All right, musical chairs.
I go to one and then go to the other.
Now they're completely. 100%.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It wasn't that way, but it is now.
Oh, that's early.
So
Rebecca.
they have GIS.
Infrastructure there.
I think so. I haven't seen.
Certainly knows something. On the safety over here.
I don't see why not. I haven't talked to
Everybody's going.
somebody. Yeah. We don't have a GIS system. I'm using Diamond Maps, which is something that I can do. But it's nowhere near our GIS or S3 or anything. It's just like base level. I can put different layers on it. I can assign them to different utilities. But it's by no means comprehensive.
Yes.
Okay.
More stuff.
Just to throw this out there. Just to throw this out there. Finance and funding, we can't face the other one. Finance and funding is the number 2 issue that you guys decided was the most second issue.
Mark, what's your background?
Wastewater.
At what?
And Susie,
I worked at the.
Susie figured it out.
Plant.
So you're not. Cruise here a while.
This is your task.
I do that for a living.
Okay, yeah.
This is your task.
So this is the finance and funding.
Oh, you-
Here, yeah.
What are the tables again? This is finance.
Finance.
That's governance. Okay, so.
Public safety.
Okay, then I'll go back. Public safety? Public safety and more infrastructure. So what I'm gonna.
Here's one more.
I'll head there in a second.
Oh, no,
I'll do. Do I have the?
Okay, so are we in our, are we where it comes? All right, this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever saw it, I was a guy that built the website. Isn't that in your contract?
Well, I didn't.
Okay, I have one.
I can go. I'm not involved. Then about a half. Yeah.
It's a good thing it did.
Let's give you your instructions. This is gonna take a little bit of time. You're gonna probably have about a half hour to have this discussion, maybe even 45 minutes to get to this part. Okay, it's gonna take some work on your part. You're gonna do for each. I'm gonna give you half hour. You're gonna do 4, no more than 4 specific objectives that address that topic or that goal. So you're gonna do 4 sub-goals that will support the goal for infrastructure. You're gonna do 4 goals, specific goals to address finance, 4 goals to address governance, and 4 goals that will address public safety. Once you've done those 4 goals, while you're doing them, transcribe them on your, all 4 of them on one sheet. Transcribe them on your sheets. Okay, on the big sheet. Okay?
Now we're gonna.
We're doing go, everybody's not clear with that. Let me give you an example, so you know what I mean. Let me share with you an example, so you know what I mean. Okay. Again, using the school model that I have.
I'm also on standby. That's all right.
Using the school model that I have.
Get your finger out of it.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, if the major goal were broaden and enrich the programs to advance the mission of the school, A specific goal would be this was in Hawaii, expand the Hawaiian Studies program with a core language requirement. Okay,
Did they do that?
yeah, we did. Okay. With a core language requirement and inclusion of performing arts, culture, and history courses, and provide adequate staffing.
Nice.
Okay, so that's how specific that was. That wasn't just enhanced program. That wasn't just enhanced infrastructure. That was a specific action that we were gonna take. Create a Hawaiian Studies program that included language, art, history. Okay?
So
See the difference now between the major goal and objectives. Okay, four, for those four that you've been assigned. Go to work.
Yes.
I guess, yeah.
We need to update the water master. We all know that water is.
But I think we need to preliminary study, which updates that. And I think that people like rules out funding. I have been funded for swimming before. I'm not, that's my reason, in worrying, I.
Yeah, because I mean, I need to look at everything. Eliminating. Yeah, the condition, another thing that's being brought up, just, you know, water, everybody is a city business.
Preliminary.
Okay. Yeah. Licensing schedule.
So
As a licensed partner.
we have preliminary planning and mapping.
I think we could incorporate something to that, but in my case, we have some money for that, but that's not.
You guys know about
And then integrate. And telling you,
That's already, there is, in the Rose Valley, there is a sharing of all of that stuff generally already, but everybody else in the valley has a GIS department that has like 16. So, exactly. People know where things are.
Like GIS mapping.
Basically, but that would be, I don't know if that would be something that we could get, like long-term funding, to keep somebody on staff, if that's like a goal of theirs to maintain it. Or if that's something you can just have as a benefit. Yeah.
We just have to do finance.
Here's a second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now that Rose Valley Sewer has taken over. They're gonna be, you know.
Yeah.
Off the sewer system.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we should hope, but.
We can find out.
Because that, you know, one of the, okay. Back in 2016, when they were ones that are along the rehabilitating wastewater collection system. I don't know if you were probably in town then. Okay, so we had one where we had oil water.
Yeah.
That was because where they were repairing and fixing the sewer line, driving over areas where the water lines were. In spots, close to the surface.
And what year were they?
That I don't know, I'm guessing maybe ductile iron.
Asbestos still.
Yeah, it's-
A lot of asbestos.
There was a- there is some-
All those water line breaks can cause those. And so there's supposedly areas around where the water line.
There, well, that's the area that she just told us about. I don't know, she told us that they got $1 million to place a main line down there. They're gonna be going from basically the back edge of the park, all the way to the middle school, the elementary school.
You might know about it. On the river, from Center
Yeah.
down to.
Oh, yeah. I put the first big block of concrete there.
Okay, is that the feed line from the water plant up to the?
To the reservoir.
Water treatment plant.
What we have.
Is it
Yeah.
inspect, is it updated?
Well, it needs.
Of course, the intake, there's two intake pumps, both are about 30%. They're supposed to be, be operating on it. Oh, nice. But the treatment plant itself is still serviceable, it's still operating. It uses a whole bunch of treated water as a backflow. It has that big pond out there that has to be emptied out every couple of years, and that's fairly, it is very, it's outdated, and it could be updated, but it is serviceable.
What's that?
The whole water.
So just so you know, the money we're getting from the state. It's nice, so, it passes the century. It's good. Have a list of problems that are causing here, and we're obviously replacing our, putting a flow meter out. Putting in a new, fluoridator. We, I don't know, I got a great. Well, we're getting all the requirements and there's, and one out of so it's gravity down, pumped up gravity down. And it's on our list of capital reservoirs. And then something about, fire staff contracted with, NHP and with finance. And if I can get the steps done, I'm trying to go through.
Yeah.
We have, so, there's
Yeah. One of them, I don't know for sure, but there's two of them that are old up there. One of them you can look into.
We don't
It's
have
a
that.
concrete, no, but it's a concrete wall and a dirt bottom. I don't know if the other one is the same.
It's similar, and then the other one is the band, it's got the bands around it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's like
That's our main
tank,
one.
an above ground power tank.
So we got it.
19.
Rectangular one is the farthest that's south.
We don't use that.
It's the one that's.
The furthest, yeah.
Yes.
It has been.
So we're gonna be also, stuff like that. We're gonna replace that main line. And now we but you don't want to think the road there's a couple hydrants going in, there are pressure, for the fire hydrants.
You mentioned the pressure.
It's not loose.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yes, and so I did that for everything.
We're gonna. We're also increasing the size of the box. We're gonna replace it and upsize it. And then move higher. And those two things are happening.
So what we had, for starters, is to update the water master.
So,
Basically.
Yes, I'd say master plan, preliminary planning and mapping.
our engineer said no. Then we can use our capital improvement projects. For now.
Where you get the most.
So I am working with my engineer that is aware of all the projects and been a part, and my water operator. Where the biggest, I think is the big benefits. We already have the water master plan that we've updated in the last 10 years. And so we're now doing capital improvement projects, and this, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do, is sit down with them next day. What's the highest priority, what can we make the most out of this, repair and replace, where the money is. So that's our next step, to make this step, that money is within, we're getting $1 million.
Well, that takes.
Shade in the grass.
It costs money. Rogue Valley Council of Governments will, they have a GIS, that any decision for us, they charge them $200 an hour for any decision for us. Yeah, so that's right. Jackson County has the interactive map of GIS. I would love to see if this unit can be imported into it, and if we can build on it.
Right,
That's
exactly.
Diamond Maps. It is a GIS. Correct, yeah. And I would want to say it's portable into GIS.
There's a way of doing it, and then because all of those, all of the things that are on there came off of my personal phone, and I had to export them. There is a way of doing it, it just takes a little bit of work.
It doesn't matter the length, so. Fire.
Yeah, zero done. Yeah.
What is that? Yeah, so I do think to have the plans, the master plans. We don't have.
That was our next thing, I was maintenance schedule, what I was putting down.
Oh, and
Water.
That was my second suggestion.
Oh, for road systems, paving.
Yes. We have water made out of brick. It's bad. We have Jacoby, it doesn't have to more water.
Sample like. Now it's paid for.
They have what?
When the water runs out.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt? Haven't they already started that? That's right here on, on the road.
Yeah.
Right here, this one, it's just not redone, like a couple weeks ago. Like, well, why was the reason for that?
There are in different places. What's
There's $100,000 from the state for specifically.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. And
Yeah.
that was where those came from. It is not the same thing as having a pavement.
Why did they bring this right?
We're all seeing.
It's burning on the roof.
Yeah, exactly.
I think some of what's going on.
You're absolutely right.
The first two or three, I rated them, but what are you saying? I was going out without any idea of how much, how far about this far, you know, okay, well, with that in mind, and there is a map in there with road. Something, and it was, okay, about 200 feet of road, so I went out, and went, this is the worst 200 feet of road. Next year, here's the next worst 200 feet of road, but that's what we just looking at, it, like, this looks like, that's not what the train.
Or how about the private property, or how about
Exactly. Which. Town isn't a piece, because nobody knows how to do it, because.
Not a height. All right.
Well, I think I.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't been done. Not all the time.
That's part of our stormwater, but so here's fire, not required to have stormwater. Because of revise. Because of, the regulation. Well, I don't know, we can't have a maintenance. We do have all kinds of TSC. There were talking about, yeah, we're gonna go in and. You know what I just did? We bought vacuum spreader, there's one thing of rolling leaks into the street, let them floor.
You know what's funny, is there has been one in the Mason shop since before I worked there.
We have.
There was, I mean, it was, no, it's a big red machine that you attach to the front of the dump trailer.
That's that. Not the back of that one.
Oh.
I think it's very on.
So you got a vacuum truck?
Tiny vacuum, like.
We did.
Yeah, leave it, try it. Whenever we have to have a real back truck, we have to call
Correct.
C and P or CP.
Why does that work?
We don't have a back.
No, not the back.
Yeah.
Oh, you can tell her that shit. Care of it 10 years and you sit there, remake it. Right. There have been some, there's a park master right now that has some stuff in it where it's.
It's never been okay.
Park master.
I know. Not really.
But they do have kind of a schedule, you know.
Yeah, we have made it scheduled for the fourth.
We have to come up with 4.
We have to come up with
That's
your
one.
plan, like, and then I have the water update and address. I have the road system, the street paving schedule, and the park trails and responsible cleaning and maintenance. Sure. So I have the maintenance schedule of the stormwater drainage. I have update and address the water system, road system, and then I have coach trails, maintain trails and responsible weeding and clearing of Blackberry.
I didn't do
I was looking at the trailer and I stepped in.
They said that we're gonna have 7 miles of that trail. Where's the half of that? Yeah, we all have. And I think-
Yeah.
and it was important, we were supposed to have a- Somebody was talking about Mike trip.
Oh, I'm having an egg, remember that?
You mean the long, up on the hill?
On the hillside, they say that.
Yeah.
You're 7 miles.
That was the words that came out of somebody's mouth.
Oh, I don't know.
There's.
Okay, yeah.
Fire.
Close to the river. Okay, now I know. Oh, you know.
Go along there.
Yeah.
I've built-
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's very nice being on the water.
Yeah.
After I left, you guys played bad.
I know, we get, we're up on the hill. I know, Rob, we get freeway.
He was supposedly doing something, and he like riding dirt.
Yeah, good thing that I think we're here.
Anything done. Like I never even took them.
All specific, that's it.
How long have you been here?
For 32 years.
Oh, that's a long time.
It was,
You see anything early?
lives through.
Not really, you really kind of look at it, you know.
You know, I look at.
Well, like,
Talk about development. I don't see much development.
There's been a few homes.
Yeah.
Over years, but one more. Not a lot.
Going further up the hill.
Yeah. This has been there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well.
City of Colesville. And where I could read it.
I'll give you
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah.
We got. Get the plan out there. Now we're doing the, what we call a booster on we're not ready for we go and the area.
Okay.
Solid.
Okay.
Right.
And then there's a big.
No, you need, you gotta have floor, irrigation. That has to be.
Right now, we have a percolation.
You either have to have blower or mechanical fixing for irrigation. Blower.
What they call your minimum of your set of standards, where it's like, if you build, like, if you go to build a street in Central Point, they're like, it has to be up to ANSI 2130 dash, you know, or whatever, and it's like, you go and look that up, and that picture, it's like, it has like, your gravel needs to be this deep, and it has to extend this far across the roadway, like, having a set of minimum acceptable standards. Because somebody over here, this house right here, the, okay, let me get a attention, please. Everybody's attention, please. Okay. Everybody's attention, please. Sure. Here we go. Let me get your attention now. We're gonna take a break here, and I'll tell you what's gonna happen. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. While the break is going on, we need this one filled in. Okay? While the break is going on, when we come back, we're gonna present them, just talk about them. Again, we're not gonna be able to, we don't have time to prioritize. But we're gonna talk about them, and then we're gonna go to the next one. Okay?
measure to go after the next four.
Right, but we fire.
So that they can be more time. 10 minutes, we'll be back in here at.
5 minutes. 5 minutes still.
So do you?
It's not Bluetooth.
I think that our grant and foundation fund.
How you doing?
Got taxes.
It's right, Sherry.
Don't, you got paraphrased, and then we get back up to there, date, then you got in. That's correct.
Perfect. Did you ask Shannon yet? Yeah,
It is.
Oh,
Let's start.
I'll make it a deal.
The catalytic can do it.
Injectors.
Basically, we go like this on the rail, go down that side street,
Okay.
go to the end of the track, look left, there's a chain extender.
Okay, I think you brought some. Yeah.
That would be a parking lot.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, the lady out of the trailer car. Time to go.
Oh,
Not yet.
not yet.
That's how we know.
I mean, it's not gonna start getting.
All that. All that.
Yeah, it's big one down. And it was very side jump.
Oh, really?
Like, you know, and I'm like, I don't really think it's not really- So I sent it all out. But most of them are like.
So, right, so if I may go on Monday, it's only good. They went Thursday.
Glad you all.
Really good. Everything. Pushing.
You think of what happened that night and then getting them ready for.
It's beer.
For rent.
But
There's. We're getting drunk on this.
Every day.
Well, with all this age, you know, just give my shout outs.
No.
I'll ask the really talking.
So when you're going.
Does that come from Tony?
Right, I don't know. Only can make up.
Now. Immediate difference. We had a bank, we had the Butler, we had other things that's in its side. Really dry, unfortunately.
I did like city chair, goal, or being the mayor here, and said you can be on the Parks Department, that's all.
Yeah, even if it's so much down there, we can do it.
You guys have fun over here.
Did I what? I ran track.
You know what he says?
I remember the name. I was damn lucky to be in the middle staff. I was the second fastest guy in my high school league. There was a big old color where I just. And then I got into college, so I was far out higher.
Hey there, Fred, snacks.
It was an unbelievable
Additional afternoon sandwiches and,
Pioneer days was something here. Law enforcement was the other way. I was chairman of the Pioneer Day. Yeah, that was fun.
So, yeah.
Driving from.
I went to Cal Poly my first year. I was major, I didn't know the engineering. And then decided I didn't want to work for a big company. I'm happy to work in the city. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, Catherine, tell me about that fight. She did pretty well financially.
Our insurance companies had, they're not typical, you know, I didn't.
But to some extent, I think, I look at all the things I really need to get rid of and have any. Yeah, I've got all these slides. Nobody wants them. I think it's throw them away. Yeah.
And that's like.
That's real.
And I don't have to also be able
Yeah. Kind of fashion, it's got nice coffee on it. I'm enjoying it. It's bringing out good things. Well, I just made. I'm about to retire. Can't talk to me. They didn't even say. I'd like to get back what he needs. I know.
But I need to apologize. When you can't see this the other day, I thought I said.
You did.
I know.
Okay, folks.
All acknowledged, we are in the meeting. Today.
Actually, good. Over there for 2 days. And I don't think I.
Well, there is.
I can get that.
Okay, well, let me do that. I'm gonna keep looking, but my staff is.
I watch it and it's better.
Okay, that's what I remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been there. The other day, the other.
Yeah, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
We're gonna figure out that.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
I can get down.
I know that one too.
All right, let me share where we're going next with this. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna have you guys present your four. Once you've presented your four, we're gonna have everybody just look at it, review it, ask a few questions. If we need to put a couple of questions on there, if there's something we might want to add or change, we'll do that. Or there may be a goal that's missing. They should be on there, an objective that's missing that you'd like to see added. And we'll put that on there with a question mark as to whether they should be. So we don't have to stop at 4. You guys stop at 4, but we may add another 1 or 2 to them as they come up. Once we finish this, then we got to bust through the next 4. Okay? The next 4 major goals. All right, let's go with the first group for infrastructure. Whoever's going to present, I'll take the thing and you guys can present. It might be better if you're up here and you talk out to the crowd. Yeah.
Okay, we have down, we broke it up into stormwater, water, road systems, and parks for the infrastructure. For stormwater, we need a maintenance schedule, and as you can see, we have a GIS mapping actually for all of them, which we feel like is something that we need desperately. Water update and address the critical parts of the water system, and the road systems, the street paving, and a schedule and a plan for that. Right now, we're kind of just doing it willy-nilly. And then parks, the trail maintenance and responsible weeding and clearing of blackberries. So.
Okay, now look at this. I'm just looking at goals in general. So if you look at quality of a successful goal, must be value-based. Is it based on your values over here? These goals? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are they reachable and attainable? Can you do this?
Yes.
Realistically? Okay. Are they clear in terms of what the expectations are? Okay. Now, the only thing that isn't on there is because we don't have time, it's time specific. We know in the next 5 years, this is a 5-year strategic plan, but some of these might be a year or 2 from now. Completion date, okay? All right, so this is the way it's supposed to be done. You did really good, okay? In terms of looking at the way it's.
Oh.
Good job.
All right, this is not, that doesn't mean they're the goals you want, it's the goals they want, okay? So the question is, how are you with this?
I have a
It
question.
works.
Yeah,
So on the water there and the road system, how are we gonna finance that?
oh, we actually have money for the road system.
Yeah.
We get that from actually the federal that comes via gas, we get provisions for.
They're already doing.
We don't have a schedule for it.
There you go, and
We
it's
have money
not
for it,
consistent.
but we're not consistent, nor do we have any kind of plan or schedule. People are just like, oh, that road's bad, let's take some money and do that road. But there is no written out schedule or what road's the worst and some kind of,
Deferred maintenance plan.
yeah, there we go.
We've got 7 days that's pretty bad, and it's on the schedule this year to pay.
Yeah,
It's already got the grant money for the process.
Well, first you gotta define the problem, and then you gotta put money to it in an estimate, then you gotta find the money to build it.
Okay, now let me stop you here because I'm kind of getting ahead. This isn't where we're going today. Because what you're gonna do from this point on, who's responsible, what's the completion date, what are the resources available, that would be funding, and then the measurement of success if it's done. Those we're not doing today because we don't have the time to do all that. But the questions are great questions.
Yeah.
And they need to be answered, but this won't be the venue we'll be able to answer them all. Okay? Great, I mean, important questions.
But we do
So-
already have money, right? So that's helpful. I don't want your question.
And the measurement of success for him will be,
You're on a well.
see it done.
being able
Not a
to.
city water. Right, a city, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, you want to see it done, that's what you should see done.
Bill?
Yes, over here.
I have a question that may not make you ridiculous, but on the road systems, would this be a good time to bring up maybe speed limit signs in the neighborhoods?
Be well, sorry.
Speed limit signs in the neighborhoods?
That could be something if you feel it's important for infrastructure, speed limit signs, sure. I mean, it's specific.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
that
we
be
put
part
that
of?
under-
Would that be?
Yeah, speed sign.
'Cause, man, you know, as well as I do, they go so fast down some of these roads.
Yeah. And fly by my house and all.
Then we have to save money.
Okay, again, that's why I'm throwing this stuff up here.
Huh?
Joe, I heard saying, we don't have a policeman to control our speed limit anyway, so.
Cardboard cut out of a motorcycle cop.
No, what?
Okay, we're gonna push you on here. because
Yes,
we want
come
to-
on, I got
Anything
it.
else?
Go, girl, go.
Okay, good with that.
Yeah.
Nice job on the succinctness and fulfilling the properties we succeeded in. Good job. Okay, good. Let me take that.
Yeah.
Okay, next one, go ahead and come on up, and then take your copy of Board of It.
A lot, sorry. Okay, but I think here's the 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So grants, foundation funding, give the city manager any and all control to get grants. Research and apply for foundations and philanthropic corporate social responsibility programs to find community projects that, that are economic and economic development initiatives that are similar to what we're looking for in our community. Sell excess land. I moved this tax one down here. Public-private partnerships to co-fund infrastructure projects, such as affordable housing developments, community facilities, those kinds of things. Creative financial mechanisms such as a 2% tax for restaurants so it's other people other than citizens, unless you're going out to eat, that are helping pay for some of the roads and other things that we need. Social impact bonds, community land trusts, municipal bonds to generate funding for community projects. Revenue-based financing to provide funding options for small business and startups within the community. So kind of gets to helping fund some of the economic development stuff, hopefully that we'll see. And creative incentives to encourage private sector investments in community revitalization efforts. So, and then also includes tax credits for community aligned projects.
Okay,
That's a lot.
And
Yeah.
you were finance and, what was it?
Tax
Funding.
Funding.
Finance.
Grants and stuff.
okay.
So the forming things are grants and foundations, selling excess land, public-private partnerships, and creative financial mechanisms.
Okay, so now what I would suggest when you start looking at this, if this is what you were to, if this is what you're doing, Don, Lily, I'll answer, we'll let you ask your questions, but I would say your goal would be,
State funding through grants.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would just say that. The strategies by which you do this are actually resources, measurements of success, and that sort of stuff.
Wait, hold on, Mayor, how can I not? I've already applied for 2 grants and got 2 grants in the last.
Well,
month.
I'm talking funding the whole thing.
No.
No, but that first one says grant and foundation funding.
Right, for
So
what?
Giving the city manager at the very top.
For
Okay,
what?
hold on,
Any
and
access.
let's clarify what
Be
you were saying.
specific. For what? What are you funding for? That's just telling us for funding. It's
So,
a foundation
hold
funding.
on, it's money. That word is not funding a project, that's saying seek grant money
Yeah.
for projects. So the last 2 grants I got,
Well,
one
I know, but I'm
for
just
fire
saying,
production and for IT support, both from, they're little, but they're still something.
for IT,
Yes,
I didn't know we got one for IT.
I didn't tell you yet.
You set me up.
So Lily, what's the question?
So Joe was saying, right now, as we're identifying our objectives, that sub stuff is for us to develop later, and I appreciate the background on it, because when I see that, that helps me know where you're going.
Mhm.
But what he's saying, number 1 should be is seek grant funding.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're saying,
Yeah.
okay,
The next step down, which we don't have time to do, you guys will work.
and
that
that's all I
out.
wanted, I just want clarification, I didn't understand what you were saying, yeah, basically.
So what I would say is this is the goal of the objective, right?
Specific,
Okay, okay, and the second one, there's a,
So,
would be sell excess land, right?
Yes,
So
that I know.
that would be the second one,
no,
okay?
this is create. Right? Public-private partnerships.
Okay, there you go.
And this is create financial mechanisms. Right?
Okay, now, when you get into the nitty gritty of this stuff, you guys have to work together as a city council with the city planner and mayor and so forth and so on. Okay, when you get down to this. So, again, I don't want to get into the weeds because we don't have time to get into the weeds. You guys gonna have to get in the weeds yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
So, I don't want to get dirty.
It's an important distinction.
Okay, so is there anything else here? Now, let's ask again. Grant, seek funding grants and foundation funding. Is that value-based?
Growth.
Yeah, it's value-based. Is it reachable and attainable?
Yeah, we've already proven that.
Is it written clearly enough? Now that we
The first
kind of.
line. The first line.
Now, we first line the stuff out of here, we get clarity in terms of what the objective is. Now, how you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to work out yourself. Okay, same with this, sell excess land? Does it meet that? Okay,
I mean, I would, that just makes me cringe.
What?
That's-
So
I feel land.
Because I mean, it may be that there's land that should be sold, but I think there's got to be a process to identify land.
We're all-
I think
we all-
it should not be to sell it, it should be to
Okay.
identify excess land and decide what's.
That would go into our land growth, like our development growth, and if we don't have the
Identify
land to
and
grow,
stuff. There
then
we go.
we don't have our own city land to grow anymore because we sold it all.
Now,
Like,
see, we're on the same page.
so what I've done is I put up here, identify with question mark. Okay, identify.
Because that's a one-time
It's done.
funding source and it's done.
It also reduces our liability on some of the properties that are like renting stuff on the hill in different places. That we're gonna need to pay for fire abatement and other things that can become a revenue source annually for taxes as well as the purchase price.
So I think adding the word identify is appropriate, because in that process, we look at how did we obtain it? What's the purpose of it? Are there restrictions on how it can be used? That's something that I would have to go through all those steps before we could ever get rid of any property. And so there's lands that we may have that we only have for a purpose, and if we got rid of them, they revert back to who gave them to us.
Mhm.
And so there's rules in place that it takes research, and that's one of those things that we would have to do. So by adding identify, I think that helps clarify that we have to actually Well, one, let's see what our lands are, and two, how do we obtain them and what's the purpose? And then are any of them excess? Can we?
And I think our table would add something to that is, don't be short-sighted, because just because you need money today doesn't mean that land will be valuable to us in the future, so.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also anticipating what, the community needs might be at some point, and it's hard, but it might make more sense, and it might be more affordable to hold on to the land for the next 10 years, than having to try and buy it back or find another piece of land in the future, so it's also not being short.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one here in a second, but let me say one thing that you might want to think about here, and it just struck me as I'm listening to you guys talk. I've run companies that are 50 million, $100 million a year budget companies, okay? With some of the big schools I've run, okay? I didn't
It's two,
Pardon me?
ours is two.
Yeah, I didn't see anything here that said create a 5-year financial plan.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes. Okay,
Good point.
you might want to think about that, because creating a 5-year financial plan, where are you going to be next year? Where are you going to be the year after? Where are you going to be after that? And when are you going to start hitting surplus and so forth? So-
Don't we need to identify what we want to
Absolutely.
finish this stuff first?
But
before we
that
go
would
to
be
the
part of
financial-
creating a
Well,
financial
I can
plan.
tell you, we have a base property tax in the city. It brings in $170,000 a year. That's all.
It's the second lowest in Jackson County.
It's Shady Cove is lower than us fairly. And so having a plan and so our audits and our budget, I think, is definitely one of our goals. The other thing I would add to is, what if there's an opportunity for loans? For infrastructure and stuff like that? Do we look at that, at some point? If it's not just a bond? And I'm gonna tell you, my value is that anything that has the word tax on it will go to voters. I'm just gonna let you know, that's kind of my value system, that we don't impose tax without that, but that's not my fault. I'm not the policymaker, that's the council. But I do think that, having a plan on every one of these is appropriate.
Well, I'm talking about overall.
Correct.
Each one of these things would fit into your financial plan.
Yep.
But having a 5-year financial plan for you, you're literally saying, we are committing, we know what our potential income is. We know what the possibilities are, and we know what the reaches are, the things that may get us. Work hard to get, but we may get there. And creating a financial plan for 5 years to show that, yes.
Doesn't that fall under must be time specific?
But then, yeah, that would be part of the time,
Okay.
the parts of that financial plan would be time specific. But creating a financial plan, I would say I would do that in concert with addressing these issues. Okay, I'm gonna move us forward. Okay, that's just something that struck me, as I didn't hear about create a 5-year financial plan. Okay. All right, governance and goals, who's gonna present? Come on up.
You know, I'm at the back of the room.
Do you need a drum roll? Let's make a deal.
So we came up with creative method for code enforcement. Because we have all these codes that are going to be changed, and who's gonna enforce it? To establish a clear chain of command to implement policies and procedures. 3, continue revising the municipal charter and codes. And 4, improve communications with public on city codes, policies, and procedure process. How do we go about doing this? You know, if I come in here, how do we do this? Put it on the website. Well, yeah, so you gotta figure out how to do that. So that's it.
Okay, now let's look at it again. Creating a method for code enforcement. All right, that means you'd have to get together and figure that out. Okay, up here?
Yeah.
Okay. Establishing clear chain of command to implement policies and procedures. That up here? Yeah, Lillian.
All right, I was gonna go back to the previous one.
Okay.
One thing that in having code enforcement, it's either by complaint or it's enforce everybody
by going around and creating your job. Does anybody, I mean, do we have any feedback on that?
So who do you report a complaint to? You?
Yep. Right now, it's
Yes.
to the city. And we don't have code enforcement for. I mean, the way we do code enforcement right now, the best we could do is send a letter via the attorney.
Yes.
And so,
I'm
but
gonna,
I'm just curious, is complaint driven, where you wait for a neighbor to complain? Or do you have a program that you have an employee that drives around looking for code violations and then takes enforcement?
That's why it's creative method.
Got it.
and that's what we're going to do in the next phase, is determine that.
Part of the reason is that we see violations and there's no teeth to anything to make them stop. So it's like, where did that come from? So it's a big question.
Joe, you had a question?
Well, I would say that we might even think it might just be as, my brain just shut off. As we see a violation, it could be complaint driven, or it could be just the city staff driving around and notices a fence that's built 6 foot instead of 4 foot. That complaint can then come here and follow like a letter from the attorney to that person's address. And if it gets, if they don't address it, then you can sit there and do fines or take further action.
Okay, now we're getting, over.
that's diving
this
deep.
point in time, so those are the things you're gonna have to do next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, establishing a clear chain of command to implement policy and procedures, we just did that one. You're gonna continue revising municipal charter and codes. Is continue the right word?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the right word?
Oh, yeah, I guess it is, because you did Title 17 last year.
We did,
Yes.
land use code.
Okay, I'm just asking. Improve communication with the public on city codes, policies, procedures, and process. How you're gonna do that is gonna be the next phase. You'll figure that out. But that's something you're committing to do, yeah or no?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Next group.
You guys will get back?
Oh.
All right. So we had public safety, for ours. Number one was fuels reduction management on city properties and surrounding public lands. So that would be like the city's, responsibility. And then increase citizen awareness engagement for Firewise program to cover the homeowners. So we have fire protection and fuel reduction management on both sides, whether it be government or private. We also did develop emergency evacuation routes. And then continue to pursue solutions for fire and emergency response. For example, getting the fire station manned, or what other solutions we can do while we're waiting for that to happen.
Question. Again, I'm not gonna go through them all again. I'm just gonna ask you to make sure that they fit what a goal should have. except
I
for-
would only say, Firewise is a specific program. So I would encourage,
Fire hardening on private property.
well, I was just thinking, increase citizen awareness and engagement in,
Fire
wildfire
protection program.
risk reduction
Yeah.
program.
Is that number 4 you're talking about?
Wildfire risk reduction
Oh.
program.
I'm just gonna write that down.
I mean, we're starting to coin it saying fire adapted Gold Hill, and you're gonna see something the next couple of months, and we're gonna try to do some fuel reduction on a couple streets in relation to cleanup day. But we're gonna have someone going door to door through the Red Cross and getting people to help sign up, and
Great.
we got some equipment that we just bought this week to help in the community, and a chipper is on its way, and but so Fire Adapted Gold Hill is part of our state fire marshal grant that we got. That's a 3-year program, but the increasing citizen awareness is the next phase, is getting the involvement of the citizens. And so we're building that right now. So
I just wanted to say that Firewise is a specific 8-house program in a neighborhood,
Right.
whereas wildfire risk reduction is the goal.
Question,
I want to call attention to number 4.
are you going to enforce people that don't take care of their lots? There's grass 4 feet high that grows through the summer.
No,
That was on the last one called code enforcement. So as we update the code, then we look at enforcement.
Yeah, that's number 4 on governance goals.
Or number 1.
Okay.
I just wanted to call attention to number 4, that we wanted to highlight that it's not just fire station staffing, but also the ongoing problem with not having law enforcement and an ability to respond quickly to all the things that happen around town. You know, there's ongoing issues in the park. They're not necessarily big old crimes, so they're gonna be out here quickly enough to resolve, so they just keep occurring.
I don't understand that page because they're always here. I don't understand why it takes them so long to get here when we always seem to have cops in town.
That's state.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's when
we hire the sheriff
Oh.
and the state police sit here.
Well, that's.
Yeah, exactly, but the state
They're
doesn't
two different.
know about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
The
Okay, but we.
I just got a text from some of our, got a text from some of our viewers online who say that all the side conversations make it hard to hear Joe.
You're supposed to be able to hear me. Okay, now we're gonna move on to the next, how many brains are fried in here right now? Okay, I'm gonna fry them just a little bit more. Well, then we go outside, so, and then we'll be. All right, now, we've got 4 more of these to do. All right, 4 more of these to do. So, table 1 is gonna do 4 objectives, 4 strategies, 4 direction, mission and vision. It doesn't have to be 4, it only takes 1, that's fine, but up to 4, okay? 4. Table 2 is going to do recreation. Table 3 is gonna do economic development. Table 4 is gonna do.
We don't have to, we can.
Now, you can change table.
Direction.
This one here.
That was not mine, and I did not vote for it.
This one here, recreation.
I think it should have been tied in as
Economic
economic
So
development.
we want to
Yeah.
create the first.
And this is quality of life. So whatever table you're interested in participating on.
What part of it?
Unless.
Fire District 3, but they have to come from Central Point. So they don't have any registration here. So. Right over the bridge. But they have 2 vehicles. 2 trucks, no station. So they come from Central Point. Probably.
And 5 and 4. But is there anybody here that would be interested in moving here with other table? So that the conversation.
Yeah, they could.
All right, you have, right now, we're gonna get through this. You guys have 20 minutes. Right, 20 minutes.
I like recreations.
All right, so guys, I don't know how to see our walking in the text.
So,
Alrighty, so just the 3 of us.
That way we didn't have recreations.
Oh, here, I'll stay in your old.
Oh, you're
Yeah, it's dry. So they're probably now. This one's a hard one, that's why she did that. You know, we have, like, what our vision is for the town.
funding, like, what do we think the board, we just.
Major things that we should do for the future of our.
I mean, that's why I have more funding.
Things like, this is all about, what all we do. Yeah. Our goal is 300.
That's what I would go, I just,
Direction for, like.
That's why,
Here. So you came up already, river access.
So we've got-
Water-based activity promotions. You know, that's.
I know, that's where I think it's really come into play.
I'm just very.
That might be the same.
So that's, yeah, monitoring activity. So we did that, we, you know, we have.
No, this, I mean, that's.
Around it. Gold, okay.
One of the things that I took with myself, is I contacted the state.
Profitability.
Well.
Already done.
The direction.
And look at all the things that give us. About parking lots and shit, this, that, I just-
On the right, it's on county, it was Jennifer,
Continually.
Jennifer,
Let's say something like.
It's about water.
yeah, but the one next.
Local people, search and rescue, and just kind of bring in on bus, and said maybe would help with some of the.
I'm just saying.
Then. This is.
Create other recreational.
How do we?
Providing equipment.
There is a.
Guided
All the way from the very top.
I don't quite want
Yeah. Not all of them have no way of using the program. We can't tell them they can't have. Yeah.
You can have all
that and.
You got nobody to go out there and tell you how to do it.
You gotta have a hammer.
Yeah. So we don't. So our organic system.
So Tony Henry.
They take the temperature of the river. All over there, and it's been our part of the river would be early 19. And so they're trying to bring us up there. It's no reason, it's irrelevant. So the
Think about it. That's all they've done for 10 years, is they boarded their furniture in our storefront, in their storefronts, because they own them. But it looks bad on the city, we have no way to maneuver that they actually. Our storefront, and actually be there. We can't force them to sell them, and we can't force them to, to create something there if they don't want to. And that's.
If they're in.
Because they have everything blocked off. I just noticed totally that that's what they have in mind. But because you can't see what's in there, we have to break it, and we can't do that. So it's just, we can't talk, we can't say, you can't fix everything, because we don't know. You know, we're not how much money that they don't care, they don't care to have it. Because they have
I'm just trying to get it stable. So they should go. Alright,
Direction stated that we're not.
So if we could revisit that, there's no talk on the radio things, I think that's no. Just want them to right?
I want to do it.
Build a really part, next time we're talking about.
By resolution.
Riverfront access bridges is the next thing, which I heard.
You've done it.
Probably is going to green space, riverfront. So
That's how we're getting, otherwise we're not, because I'm not election.
Going.
We're not on
The other thing I heard. Added here.
Right? I mean, so.
And then what's the-
And how we're gonna end up somewhere on the-
Right now, we have traffic laws and the park is continuing to grow. We spend all this time on that map, that man, projects,
Okay, so far, I've got 3 of them.
We'll put that in the park.
Major
Talk about public access.
By keeping fallen together, our cleanup.
Guys, we're about.
Parking and access.
Like, like making sure
that's what you have to really want to do.
I think another one that you mentioned, and I've read through this plan, there is a lot of milestones, there's a lot of dates that have already been set in the document. All we have to do is start back over. Planning or development,
Every direction goals, like the 5-year plan, objectives are like.
The generic.
I can write standard of living. Continuing to write standard of.
Try to enhance the advanced standard.
Well, I'm just wondering if you just say follow the park plan.
There we go.
Now, you know,
I got it, I mean, one of the things I've done on these sorts of, search names of the parks, that it's like, what's the right time to do this? And it might be a massive factor, but.
Oh,
Or it can be the website.
So.
Yeah, for the reporting.
Staff and then.
Who's that?
For every month.
And different things, so, and bettering our town.
Worry about finance, worry about always.
You know.
Big maintenance is one of the. This is one of the.
So.
But not the maintenance.
Anything else?
I had to see an article, part of that was, when I took the part.
No, that's.
There's a white one, there's not a lot.
I agree with James on that.
That's why I'm excited.
Very interesting.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Well, that's. Under.
So we don't even have the
But
ability
it's,
to work right now.
I mean, you're.
Yeah.
Because it's so now maintained, but there's. So I mean. Short-term goal is to make. Do a rate for maintenance. So that is all here.
People involved, it's people do it.
I like it. I think the marketing program, is a big step in the right direction. Maybe.
But I agree, I would thank you for saying.
Whitewater Park has a lot of different activities.
The Whitewater Park is not a short-term goal. It can't be, it's too big to, the goals of the 5-year, the strategic, the objectives are the short-term. But, all right, so identify the next step. It's not developing the park. What's the next step for the Whitewater? If you want to do the Whitewater, what's the next step?
A lot of it is
A lot of people, we're involved in a lot of.
Well, right now, what I
do
want
is a library, would be the ones that want. Yeah, yeah. The library.
We're gonna go.
And no. Red hat.
It's not about, but that's it right now. So it's.
Oh, the other.
I don't want to get there. But whoever right now, I have the two CD, the state and the private state. No, haven't talked to her.
Crazy.
No, I don't know. I wasn't talking to her. I talked to I talked to Calvary. I know, so that's why I wanted to look at that. What the next steps are. I think the better rule is identify the steps.
I feel like I'm missing something.
I'm not sure if I'm but I want to make sure the register mission is often for.
We have to build plans and,
You know, what
not just, we would have played.
people coming in.
Like that.
What? You don't have kind of work out of you.
Okay, through.
Future of our.
Yeah, and one of the last things.
We have farms. We're not making just getting the work up.
In the code that we're actually being able to. What the. Or my needs for the.
Okay, we about got it wrapped up here.
Yeah. About that. Those are right.
So what about identifying expansion?
You have to be for stuff.
The film violation. And that was my gift. My sister. Yeah, it was. Oh.
I know, me too.
Just make this take some more work. Yeah.
Update the Parks Master.
That's great.
Put together a parks maintenance plan, to make parks welcome meeting.
That's a good one.
And then we have addressed parking.
I love you. Oh, we'll have that.
There you go. We got.
You guys are just about.
Wendy, could we also add some on the Whitewater Park about, steps to remove barriers? Steps to remove barriers.
Well, maybe not.
So identify, hold on. Hey, guys.
Like,
It
what
was-
we already had.
Serious, yeah. I've never talked to him about it, sure. So I had talked to, yeah, no, can't talk about it. And next, yeah, steps, remove barriers are the next steps to make.
All right, I think we got it.
So I've been given some specific things, we have no part meeting on the 13th, where it could be, I hope what I, that I think you do by specific agencies, that if you want to. Yeah, where I say,
Organization, that does all the volunteers. I used to be part of it. You don't have to be part of it, volunteer. You don't have to be part of it. They do the lights for Christmas. Yeah, yeah.
You know what?
We have the Idaho app. We have the Idaho app.
Oh, we did it.
Yes, we do. That's how they'll write down. Yes, and I can volunteer for them. I made what you can rent their hall, you can rent that for like protection or things like that. They also put on things like they have karaoke for the community.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me have your attention. No, I like Hunger. This is what. Because, you know, there's some gaps here. I just like to discuss. Yeah. All right, now, I ride myself and staying on schedule. So we're gonna stay on schedule. My voice is beginning to fade. So I need you all to listen very carefully. We're gonna start with table one. They're gonna be doing the prevention vision. And we're gonna share theirs with you right now. We'll go through the same process. Look at it, discuss it, if need be. Go ahead.
So we have the direction, our mission, which is our mission and our vision, and we are thinking govern with ethics, transparency, and inclusion. 2, continuous community involvement, strive to enhance all citizens and businesses alike, and analyze and explore all opportunities to promote future community improvements.
Okay, questions? Good job. Thoughts, questions?
That's nice.
It is.
Yeah, good. We're gonna.
I would like to add to the first one, accountability.
No.
Why is that?
Well, I have my own reasons.
We need it. Okay,
Yeah, no.
very good. Anything else? You good with that?
Let's put foster in front of number 2.
Ooh, I like that too.
I'm not even gonna put a question mark there. We'll just put it there. Anything else?
I like that one.
Okay, group 2. What you got? Got your, got them on the paper? Yeah.
If you start first, I'm not.
Now, because I said that I value getting done on time, that shouldn't limit your comments. Make sure that you provide input if you need to. How about that?
Identify the steps to build and remove barriers to the Whitewater Park. Develop a parks maintenance plan to keep our current and future parks welcoming, useful, and clean. Update the parks master plan and develop parking and transportation access plan.
Yeah.
Just curiosity. Why was that so difficult for you guys to come to? Because those are really clear.
I think there was.
Well,
a lot-
because half of the people here are on the committee,
Okay.
Parks Committee.
There was a lot of
And we
detail.
were trying to- So you were trying to solve it.
Yeah.
You had a lot of opposition.
Okay, because this is really clear. And anytime you're doing master planning, anytime you're doing, deferred maintenance plans, which is what that would be, you're doing the right thing by creating those things. Okay, any thoughts on that? Go ahead.
Was that under recreation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all about, maintain and, let's say foster again, more relationships with the tourist, the raptors, the fishing guides, foster relationships with recreation.
Oh, yeah, we can have that, that's a good idea, yeah. We do need good relationships, and right now, we do not have good relationships with some of the people that do business for the boating.
We need like a small chamber line, chamber come.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We could do something like that, or
yeah, we could.
Just wait.
Okay, we'll just put that on there for an addition. Okay, now we're good? Okay, this group over here. Table 3.
So you know, we're already there. Okay, we're economic development and we were thinking incentives to bring in new businesses, like the first couple months, maybe reduce their move-in fees or whatever fees are needed for the city. Something that would invite them to be here, like you do with a normal rental for, not normal, but residential one. Incentives to say, hey, you move in here, we'll give you reduced the move-in costs or something like that. Revitalized Chamber of Commerce. Years and years ago, we used to have a Chamber of Commerce. I think we need to have another one again. We are missing out on funding resources through Chamber of Commerces.
could we do that through the library?
Nope.
So,
That's different county, it's different, it's Chamber of Commerce, city, yeah.
well, back up on that, you said we're losing funding?
Yeah. I am meeting with the Chamber of Commerce next week. I think it's Thursday, and I'm going to find out these answers, but I was told that without a chamber has resources, being part of a Chamber of Commerce in the state of Oregon, you have resources or avenues to get some funding.
So Can Do is gonna try to.
No, Can Do has nothing to do
Okay,
with
so
getting
it's
a
the city of Gold
chamber.
Hill that's trying.
They invited me because
We
they
don't have
saw,
a chamber of commerce.
we do not have a Chamber of Commerce.
So why did they invite you?
So,
Because they saw stuff
well, I'm just
that Can Do was sponsoring in the community over the
That
holidays.
was very representative of
Yeah.
what a chamber.
So, I mean, anyone else is welcome to join.
Yeah,
She,
I gotcha.
they invited Lori because she can do.
okay.
Yes, are you going?
No, I was trying to find out who you were talking to, what chamber.
The head person, Heather?
Central Point.
Central Point, yes.
Okay, so not Jackson County,
No.
got it, because Jackson County told me we belong to them right now.
No, we don't.
I'm just telling you, they claim that we're a member,
Really?
but not by name.
New.
Pretty big ones.
Anyway, good idea.
We are.
Okay,
Keep going.
website link promoting existing businesses.
That's right.
Ensuring that municipal codes are are developed to be new and I'm sorry. I got down here.
To new and existing business.
Take out B,
No.
new and existing businesses, friendly, where, just friendly, and. That's it.
Makes sense, makes sense, it's really like.
Yeah.
Okay, now, thoughts, comments? Love it.
As a city, which is tax-based, we cannot promote businesses unless we promote all businesses. Yeah.
But we were thinking of the link.
No, we can't.
Okay, cross it, then she says.
Okay, so do we have to cross? it?
So we can develop policies that promote existing business. We can,
We
Well,
just
that's
can't advertise for
That's
that.
cool.
Okay, let's,
Yeah,
let's
Yeah.
remove website link and put develop policies.
policies promoting business.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Business.
Rotary out?
No.
No,
Okay.
I'm a Rotarian, but there's not.
Yeah, we are too.
So I'm just saying that we're not allowed to, I mean, if businesses were a member of a chamber and we can say, here's the chamber for us.
Yeah.
We can do the organization. I can't promote individual businesses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you support?
I cannot promote or support specific businesses.
Can you support all?
Yeah, as a city, you can.
So we can,
we can say that the chamber has a business and retention program generally. And we, as governing bodies, partner with chambers on the business and retention process. But
If we had our own chamber of commerce, though.
it would make no difference. The city cannot use taxpayer dollars to promote a private entity.
Okay.
That's kind of it's kind of a working thing between any city and any chamber anyway. It doesn't have to be, but there is what you're talking about, the non-promotion thing.
Can you partner with the chamber?
That's
Didn't Central Point just do a whole thing with their businesses with awards and everything for new business? They did the whole thing.
They have plans.
Dinner thing
Yeah.
and award
chamber?
ceremony. Yes.
That's the chamber.
That's the chamber.
That's not the city. That's the chamber.
So why couldn't, if we establish
That's not the city.
Yeah, but she can't establish the change.
The city, this is the city's goal setting.
Now we go under that.
Okay, let's focus on this again. Where are we with this? Guys, let's,
Hold on, we're almost done, guys. We're
let's
almost
focus
done.
on this. Where are we with this?
There is no chamber of commerce currently that's a Gold Hill Chamber, and we might actually see if, do we partner with Central Point or Jackson County's chamber to revitalize our businesses? But the city can partner with the chamber, the city cannot promote a specific business.
Okay, so how about partner with the Chamber of Commerce,
Period.
period?
To promote businesses, yeah.
To promote businesses.
Can you say, you can't use the word promoting there, right?
I absolutely can partner with the chamber to promote our businesses.
You can or can't?
She said she can.
She can't.
So if the chamber, the Jackson County Chamber created a Gold Hill page, could you do that?
Yes, because I'm not actually promoting a specific business. I'm promoting the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay,
Okay.
Lily,
That's a,
we've got revitalized the Chamber of Commerce. Now we're talking about once you revitalize them, you partner with the Chamber of Commerce to promote existing.
so I'm going to say the number 2 is not us either. The city has no business revitalizing a chamber. That is a business-driven decision. And, so either the businesses in our community can be members of the Jackson County Chamber of Commerce or the Central Point Chamber of Commerce, or businesses in our community can decide to start their own.
Can you support the Chamber of Commerce? As soon as you join the Chamber of Commerce, you're supporting it.
Yeah, so the city can join the chamber as a member.
Can we facilitate the creation?
No,
So you can you support them?
no, support is money. So we gotta be,
But you pay to be part of the Chamber of Commerce.
yeah, so that's a membership. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You can put, join the Chamber of Commerce. But what I see Lori saying is we created Gold Hill Chamber of Commerce under revital. And the city can't create the chamber.
No, I think
You can't be all, you can't do. the-
I think our understanding of the table
Pros
was
and cons of having it.
the city wouldn't be involved with revitalizing it, but it's something that
It's
local
an economic
business
development.
can do
Yeah.
to promote economic.
So, but the goals today are what can the city do to
Right.
promote economic development?
So we got
Okay, so where are we with this?
cross off number 2.
Yeah.
No, don't cross it off.
That's research and development, separate from the city.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
How about just put revisit this?
revisit.
revisit's fine, I'll deal with it later.
Yeah.
I will clarify our role with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah. Now, do you want to keep partnering with Chamber of Commerce to promote existing business?
Does that work?
What was it?
Partnering with the Chamber of Commerce promoting existing businesses.
Honestly,
Revisit.
revisit,
Okay, we just need to revisit this whole thing
yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out.
and just look at that and clarify. I mean, it's clear with you guys here and you guys here, Chamber of Commerce is important.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're
I
gonna,
really need a one-on-one.
you need to
Lori.
figure out what you want to do with
Wait,
that.
So when I get my one-on-one, with Lori, we'll discuss.
Okay. All right, we okay with this now?
You're so busy.
Yeah.
Okay, ensuring that municipal codes are developed to be new and existing, to be new and existing business friendly.
Yes.
It needs to be worded, but
Yeah, I know.
Got quality of life to go, put hyphens in between you and.
I just, I want to add it. No. Our biggest summer driver to town is Beach Park. And there are no bathrooms and there are no parking. So I think we want economic development. I mean, we should think about bathrooms and parking for Beach Park.
Yeah, but we're not
Then you
allowed
gotta
to charge.
maintain the bathroom.
What's that?
We're not allowed to charge.
No,
You didn't say charge.
But no, but
That's to draw people.
It's the thing that draws people.
To have a bathroom on our beach park and to have parking for the people that are coming to our beach.
Can we put a bathroom down
Put
there?
put a bathroom there, close the
That's
big
what
one.
Yeah, but can we put a bathroom like where they can pee? We can't?
Well, okay, we're gonna revisit that,
Okay.
because last time it just became a dump site.
Okay, a porta potty, so based on that.
Yes.
I pulled it.
Well, we've done that.
Ensure the municipal codes
It
are
should,
developed to be business friendly.
no, it should say ensuring that municipal codes are developed to be friendly to new and existing businesses where applicable.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does friendly to new and existing businesses mean?
Non-restricted.
Because you can't,
That's a big deal.
If there are certain,
So I'm gonna say right now that I'm about to bring to the council a backflow upgraded code
yes, you are.
that is going to address contaminants back into our water system from businesses. I believe it's a friendly code to require our water to be uncontaminated. But it is something the businesses will have to do more of,
and it costs money.
and it costs money. So is it considered friendly to have businesses pay more money, even if it means that our community is healthier and safer?
Well, is the DEQ gonna bust us for letting them dump shit in the water?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is our responsibility.
That is
Okay.
our
So I'm just
responsibility.
saying, I'm trying to, so,
They don't have a choice.
Well, that's why it's
Yeah.
where applicable.
Yes.
yeah.
It's not always.
So-
applicable.
So have a culture of supporting, you know, one of the things that comes up is, the state bid laws. You know, do we have a policy and a culture that we give preference to local business? Or is it just the lowest bidder from anywhere? That's something that comes up sometimes. I can tell you that recently with all that fire equipment that we just bought, instead of going to a company in Medford, I went to one in Grants Pass that the owners live in Gold Hill. So it supported a Gold Hill family. Best price still, I got the best price in it, but I ordered food from a Gold Hill instead of catering in another community.
Mhm.
You know, so, I'm trying to think of a wording that would promote the city, partnering with local businesses where applicable.
Let me share. You used the example of dirty water,
Yeah,
where applicable.
okay.
Dirty water is not. gonna fit for-
What
it's not
about
applicable.
fostering business?
Dirty water wouldn't.
There.
Fostering business relationships,
Pardon me?
fostering business relationships.
Okay, I'm just.
Well, I'll tell you, we were intentional that we invited Sweet today. We invited Figaro's. We invited our 2 real estate companies. We invited Hattie's. We invited, business owners to be a part today on purpose, to cultivate relationship with our business community.
Yeah.
That's something the city can do, cultivate relationship with our business community.
Where that's
Put the word good in there and. we got it.
cultivates, I like that.
Good relationships.
Yeah, good relationship.
We cultivate the other ones too.
Okay, you'll wordsmith that one. You guys will wordsmith, you'll wordsmith that, okay?
Yeah.
You good now?
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
One more.
Okay, last one. Here we go, team.
Go get it, Joe.
So,
Come on, Joe.
hey, council members, are you okay with the new decor in the council chambers for the meeting?
I like it. It's a reminder.
All right, we had an easy one. So quality of life, and when we put down, and we did cross out some stuff that the discussion was going. It's support and promote community involvement in events through the use of various advertising and media.
Say it again, I can't hear.
Support and promote community involvement in events through use of various advertising and media.
I like, okay, cool. Hey, guys, I'm going for a grant for a reader board downtown.
Yep.
Okay. We good? Can you think of another one you might want to have up there?
You had chamber of commerce. I don't want to limit it to media.
The
Well,
media,
we're
I don't like.
media or different things, or even a website, or
It can
just
be
different ways
TV,
to.
it can be.
Oh, so you're saying
Media is just a word, I think, was that,
Media.
media like Facebook.
like, yeah,
Anyway,
electronic.
the only way to get out there to sit there and do something.
It could be online, it could be.
Yeah.
What if we said through the use of various platforms?
There you go.
Out there.
I like that.
Question, what, like, can't we?
How about advertising platforms?
Advertising paid.
Advertising is paid. So
Yeah.
if we just say various platforms, we can try to explore all avenues of promoting and, involvement in events.
How about information platforms?
That works.
Sure.
Because you're trying to get information out.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to do. If you're
Can't-
just
can't we use
using
media
platforms.
We're gonna use every available platform we can get to.
Okay, there we go, all right,
Yeah, about like our time.
all right.
We used to have that time, like when we have gold dust days or whatever, they put that, and now we're using 2 poles, I see, when you
Well,
drive in over the bridge.
Because the
ODOT.
ones were falling apart.
No, yeah, no, that's fine.
That's
But
right.
isn't there a way, like, we could put some cool
Policy.
sign,
That's what
And
she
that-
was just saying.
announce?
That's what she's.
Go ahead.
An electronic reader board.
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, we can hear
Public
that.
safety, for fires, evacuation and stuff, that is something that should be considered.
Yeah, I love
As
that.
a community blackboard, so to speak.
Yeah,
Nowadays would be done electronically, and it is an avenue that we should look at, very much.
yeah, I think that'd be great. And there's a
I
lot of
requested
people-
2 bids.
Oh, yay.
Love it.
I just want to say that the signs over Second Avenue, ODOT has recently updated their requirements for using signage over Second Avenue. So for banners and stuff like that, so it's just not the same as it used to be. That would require policies, but I am trying to look at, never mind, I'll give you guys an update later, but we are working on that one, so that's great.
Good, because then everybody would know, people that don't go online, people that have into town, and you know what's going on.
How are we here, team? Is this good?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be good at ignoring.
Now. Let me share something with you before you're dismissed. Okay, I want you to look at that wall right there. What you did in 6 hours, you created the basics of a strategic plan for your city. Okay,
It's
you
amazing.
look at those 4 lines, those 4 rows from the last wooden cabinet across. You've got your major goals and you've got your objectives for each major goal. The only thing left to do is to finalize that and put it in a readable chart form to wordsmith it, so it says exactly what you want to say, and to make sure it has the right time commitments to it. Okay? And that way it's value-based. They're reachable and attainable. You agree to that. They're clearly written. They will be when they're wordsmithed. And there'll be time specific once you put times down. And you put it on your chart or put it on your template, whatever you're gonna do in terms of the way you put this together, that's your choice. I can certainly provide Lily with some models of the way it's done. But I would also make this a public document. Some way to make it a public document so the entire community can see it, because hopefully it's inspirational to them. And they'll feel better about the community. You guys are a terrific bunch. I mean, a really terrific bunch. I've been doing this for a long time. And the fact that I've driven you the way I've done this, and made you say all that, interrupting you and all of that kind of stuff, is not normally the most comfortable way to do it, but it worked. You guys hung in there.
As you committee members know, this was gonna be a 2-day event.
Yes.
And we just squashed it down into 1 day to try to be, conscientious of your time.
You did a great job, so.
Well, and I want to thank Joe.
Yeah, wait a minute.
All right, so are we officially done? All right, thank you, everybody. I'm gonna turn off the.
Stay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.